Well, good morning. Welcome to this special Friday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello from Horseshoe Indianapolis to one and all. Alongside Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley. We've got 9 races on tap here for racing fans. And of course, you can also watch and wager on the Longines Kentucky Oaks from Churchill Downs. Now we've got 8 thoroughbred races. We'll close the card with a quarter horse maiden dash over the 300 yards and the main track labeled Fast and All main track card. So looking forward to diving in. We've got the Kentucky Oaks to look forward to, and tomorrow, of course, the Kentucky Derby.
Yes, very exciting draw as well. A couple of scratches. Some also eligibles came in, which is always interesting. Kind of changes the way everyone kind of thought it would go. So very excited to see how it's going to play out tomorrow. But yes, today we have the ladies, and we'll talk about them in just a little bit. And we also are going to do, more in depth later with AI Allen and some of those things. But definitely a good day for the pink.
Yeah, glad to mention that the main track is fast here. We had an all main track card going in the program, and that's what we'll get today, main track fast. Weather-wise, for the official forecast for today's racing program, and again, great to have all of you joining us here on track. Let's head to our good friends at the Weather Authority. Krista McEnany standing by at Fox 59 with our weather news. Krista?
Good morning. It's going to be a cool day out at the track, primarily dry around central Indiana, but wouldn't rule out a few spotty showers as we head through the afternoon on into the early evening hours. Temperatures will climb into the low 50s as we get towards the lunch hour and into the mid 50s as we get into the late afternoon.
All right, cheers. Krista McEnany there at the Weather Authority, Fox 59. Spotty showers. We'll certainly be keeping our eyes to the sky, but a fast track in advance of the 10:45 opener here today. As more fans join us here in the clubhouse again, welcome to Horseshoe Indianapolis. We last raced on Wednesday, Rachel, and nice day for apprentice Micah Meeks. She had a couple of wins on the card. That was on Wednesday. We didn't race yesterday, so Micah led the scoring here on Wednesday's card. Let's take a look back.
Yeah, she had an opener winner on opening day or the next day. Very nice start to the meet for her, but she's on Gray Eclipse here for Mr. Randy Klopp. So 2 wins, 2 top trainers she's riding for.
The Gray on a gray day. That was the case with Gray Eclipse, absolutely putting a margin on them. And Micah Meeks starting off her card on Wednesday with that winner in the second of 9 when we last raced here this week. So when we fast forward to her next win, this one, Juanita My Chiquita, 9-5 favorite coming to the forefront. Good challenge up the inside by Acosta Mambo. Kind of was in tight quarters, but that was right in the shadow of the wire. Micah Meeks keeping her mind on business. Juanita My Chiquita is a bridesmaid no more, Rachel.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, she rode equestrian, hunter jumpers and such, so she has competed with horses for a very long time. She's very excited to be able to be a jockey and loves it. So congratulations to her on a double.
By the way, there was an inquiry, and the rider of that Acosta Mambo, who finished second in the maiden sprint, did claim foul, disallowed by the stewards. Just to note that, but Acosta Mambo certainly one to put in your stable mail going forward here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Going forward, 10:45 opener here today. Same post time tomorrow. We've got 9 races, and of course the 152nd running of the Kentucky Derby. Gates open at 9:30, like today. Tomorrow. Yeah,
very excited about that. We're going to have some events as well here. Before we talk about it, I'll just let you guys know for tomorrow. We're going to have the Road to Champions Day. It starts today, and then tomorrow we are going to have our Derby celebration. We're going to have 3 $1,000 mega bets, a hat contest. We are going to have top 5 pay out for that. We're going to give away an X-Mark push mower, and we're going to have a flower cart with roses for sale, and that will benefit Resource Aftercare. So we're going to do the racing calendar magnet giveaway, t-shirt tosses. I'm going to do a new duck game that Tammy came up with that's really good, and we'll have food trucks. So if you don't want to drive all the way down to Kentucky, we've got the Derby celebration here in Indiana. Stay with us in the Hoosier State. I'm staying here for the first time in 5 years, which felt really weird last night to not be in Kentucky. But
we're happy to have you.
I just kept X closed so I didn't get FOMO. But yeah, definitely a lot going on here tomorrow. But yeah, today we have the Kentucky Oaks.
And so once again, tomorrow a Derby celebration every day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Don't forget, beginning on the first of the day, we feature those rolling doubles, and we do have that low 15% takeout on the doubles, and of course even lower, 11.99% the takeout on the pick 5s featured here at Horseshoe Indianapolis all season long. We also want to remind everybody, speaking of that rolling doubles throughout the card.
I can't say it, I'll jinx myself.
Well, there's one special double. It's the $5 last call. Thoroughbred Daily Double. That's on the 7th and 8th races today. And Rachel giving it out on Wednesday's card for $86 even. You've been on a roll since, of course, we kicked off the meet during that.
I like that last
early
call
part of
daily
April. You had
double.
like 20 winners.
I have worse luck with the early double, but I realized late daily double, knock on wood's where it's at.
All right, let's talking about winners. Let's see if Racing Rachel can
here.
point you in the right direction for today's Longines Kentucky Oaks, and of course tomorrow 152nd running of the Kentucky Derby. By the way, the maiden third of the Wood Memorial, Oselli, had Joe Ramos listed to ride. Oselli drew into the Kentucky Derby,
And he's still promoting her on his social. What a good guy.
Yeah.
He posted a picture of her getting a bath. I will say I do like Oselli, and I am going to put it in some of my selections. You want to know why? I listened to Whit Beckman talking to Caden. I love the morning interviews.
By the way, that was the last breakfast of the Kentucky Derby for FanDuel. So
I cannot
cheers
believe
to all those
Simon talking
from the
about
camera
doing
behind
it for 22 years and Christina's post. It's like it's weird. I mean, anyway, so Oselli has been training, what said, for a big race this weekend anyway. So the training tab had pointed towards it, and so very excited to see what Oselli will do. But anyway, let's talk about the Oaks. I'm just going to mention my picks here in the race for the ladies. Zany, yes. Okay, so you can see my circles. I'm going to go with Zany is number one for me, and then I've got a couple of others that I think will pay nicely. Obviously, Zany's never been worse than second in 4 in grade 2s, and grade 1 has been the bettor's favorite. So let's just talk about the 11 real quick. Percy's Bar. This one, Juan Machado is aboard here for Ben Colebrook, and this one also hasn't been worse than second in all of its career starts. So that's something I was looking at, and the numbers as well compared to the group. Now, my long shot is always a runner. It's going to be the 9. Jose Ortiz is aboard for Chad Brown. Clocker, one of the clockers at Churchill told me that the Chad Brown horses looked really good this year as well. Won that grade 3 at Aqueduct very nicely. And gets Jose today. So that was the first time with winners, and what a big ask for that filly. Super excited to see her. Is there anybody else you like, John? Meaning looked pretty good. I thought the 5 from Mike McCarthy, who also has been ultra consistent and has pretty good speed figures.
You know, rare for me, by the way, the fact that this year's Rachel Alexandra Stakes winner, Bella Ballerina, Life of Joy winner of the Fairgrounds Oaks, both withdrawn. Neither are running. So I have no real rooting interest in the Longines Kentucky Oaks, but certainly it's Zany on top for me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, those are our thoughts. And you know what? Later today, we're going to get everyone's thoughts. I'm going to put together some of our team members and regulars' thoughts on the Kentucky Oaks, and then AI Allen is going to give his selections as well.
Don't forget the Oaks Kentucky Derby double. I'm with Zany over to Emerging Market for my.
Yep, let's send it to Brian because he's got plenty to go over. A very nice pick 5 sequence today, don't you think, John?
Fast track here. Good pick 5 sequence. Low 11.99% takeout. Rachel, John G. Dooley. That's it for us. The B block next.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Happy Friday, May 1st. April showers bring those May flowers, and with that, we've got Kentucky Derby Oaks Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, as we like to call it, day 8 of the 123-day meet exploration of financial wealth here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And hopefully we can build that bankroll for the Run for the Roses tomorrow. You've got the Kentucky Oaks later on, but we've got winners and croissants here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Get a cup of coffee, sit down, relax, try and build that bankroll throughout the best weekend of the entire year. You've got NHL playoffs. Your Minnesota Wild are continuing with much success, along with some great horse racing this weekend, where we will crown our 3-year-old champion of the Kentucky Derby. So very excited for Block B, the always-on-time Block B version here of Wire to Wire, which is now 23 minutes away. Let's go through this first 5 races, try and take advantage of the lowest takeout in the entire country, 11.99% takeout each and every day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 50 play, whether you want to follow my ticket directly or just maybe take some tidbits about how I viewed the first 5 races here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And if it's your first time on track, we've got 8 thoroughbreds, 1 quarter horse race. Going to be an excellent opportunity when we talk about takeout, some money taken out of the pool. Less money taken out means more money returned to the bettors, and that's something you should always strive for. With 22 minutes, let's take a look at this first race. $12,500 claimers, number 6, or going 6 furlongs in here. I'm going to change my ticket up a little bit. With the late scratcher, number 5, Inflammable, I'm actually going to use 1, 2, and 6 in the opener. So it's going to change my ticket just a little bit, and that goes to show how much it can really alter, depend on who's in and who's out. The 5 was not a scratch originally. When I went over my tickets, he's a scratch now. So I'm going to change my ticket just a little bit, adding in the 1 and the 6 along with the 2, because ultimately, while I did think Inflammable and Loving Mischief made a lot of sense in here, I do have some question marks that still need to be answered from a horse like Loving Mischief that I'm just not ready to single or risk my entire wager on. You've got the 7-pound weight breaks with Mrs. Meeks aboard. She's been running great. She's winning at 20%. She's made the best of very limited starts so far this meet. But in here, Pedroza hops off. You've got Joe Ramos down on the inside, who is actually scheduled to run or race in the Kentucky Derby on Saturday. We'll see if that goes forward. I'm not sure if it's going to continue, but the horse did draw in. We'll see if Joe will be aboard on Saturday as well. So 1, 2, and 6 for me in the opener, and what is a smallish field with only 6 of them going to the gate, but a very competitive one at that. Maybe low on numbers, but long on intrigue in the opener. Race number 2 will crown some maidens, 3-year-old bred in the great state of Indiana. No scratches or changes in here. 6 furlongs going to be the distance in this spot. I'm going to go 1, 3, and 5. I think All Bark No Bite could be ready to rock and roll for Gennaro Garcia, who is playing kind of a jockey musical chairs in here. He's got Miss Meeks aboard, Santo Sandra. He's used Marcelino Pedroza Jr. You'll see him with a variety of riders. Last season, this horse had McKenna Anderson on board each and every start, so get Santo Sandra in the saddle today. Always a good sign. Mega Witch, first off of a long layoff, hasn't been seen since November 11th for Randy Klopp, who's been leading our trainers title, winning at 24%, and then Fernando de la Cruz winning it just a hair better, 29%. Very incredible. We are early on in the meet, but this is day 8, and he's still hovering right around that 30%. So I do expect those two to kind of get bet in the blind. They went off as a heavily and unfortunately a very bad favorite win last seen, dropping from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming. They were bet down to 8-5. Just never really got into the race. I'm not sure if it was the slop or just a long season for the then 2-year-old, but 6 starts at 2, did not hit the board, and is now 8-1 on the board in this spot. But I think they're going to take some action in here, along with Good Stuff, who is the horse to beat, but for me, just not the horse to bet for Bob Gorham. Ran at the maiden special weight level off the long layoff, never really got into the race at all, just kind of ran evenly around the racetrack. You can kind of tell if you're looking at the racing form. Broke in 7th, finished in 6th. There wasn't a whole lot of moves or a whole lot to take from that. It was against significantly tougher. Maiden special weight down to maiden claiming is the biggest drop in the game, so a ton of class relief in here for Good Stuff. The 4-year-old still looking for that elusive first victory. 1, 3, and 5 for me in race number 2, which kicks off the $1 minimum, pick 4. Race 3, no scratches or changes. Another sprint in here. They'll go 6 furlongs, $5,000 claimers in this spot. This is where I'm going to start to take a little bit of some stands per se. I think the Irish Ranter deserves a long look at 6-1. Rogelio Labra with Gutierrez aboard. Labra's been off to an excellent start, winning at 21%. What I like best is he's not just risking his client's money with horses like this. He owns this one as well. So it's not only his client where he gets paid a day rate, whether they win, lose, draw, or don't run very well, he gets paid. In this case, he actually pays the bills as well. So gets both the rewards of the success if he hits the top 4, or got those feeding bills adding up. So I do like when a trainer both owns and trains the horses. A horse who already raced here this year, April 14th, this 4-year-old gelding, broke well, showed good speed all the way to the top of the lane, and then really tired badly that final 8th. So tiring is a concern. However, that horse had a lot of excuses to get tired. I know my first workout, when it does happen sometime at the gym, maybe in 2030 or so, will probably not be as good as when I left the gym originally. So second time out should feel a little bit better. Horses, somewhat like humans, they get better through routines and doing things the second time. So second start off of the layoff here at Horseshoe Indy, I think that they showed that good speed last time out. They put themselves in a competitive position and a little bit more fit today. Should be a good sign in here for the Irish Ranter at 6-1. But there's no doubt about it, at least in my opinion, potential win candidate Reflex at 5-2. John Heron, Moncada going to be aboard. 2 for 23, no doubt about it. This 5-year-old Chestnut by Slope is a little bit camera shy. Doesn't love to win. In fact, trying to do something for the first time that they haven't done in 2 years. However, most of those defeats did come against much tougher competition at the allowance ranks in which a horse was protected. Now at the $5,000 claiming ranks, I thought despite a 4th place finish last time out, they were outrun early. They closed into it very well. They were running on late, I think, with a little bit better timing today and a better pace setup. If the 7 does tire, Reflex is going to be sitting right in the captain's seat trying to clean him up that final 100 yards. Race number 4, scratch 1, 5, and 10. 1, 5, and 10 out of race 4. I do believe it's one of the most competitive races on the card. Great betting race in here, and it's well spotted. It not only is the 4th leg of the early pick 5, but it's also the first leg of our late fire 5. So if you don't navigate those first 3 races like I don't many days, we begin anew in race number 4 with a very challenging sprint. In here, they're going to go a nice distance of 6 furlongs in here. We've got a lot of sprints in this race, and I think it's wide open. I truly believe it's anyone's game. I've got 2, 8, and 10 on top, but I'm going to go even deeper than that. I'm also going to throw in the 3, 6, and 9 in here and use as many as you can. This is a wide open race. You've got some horses that already have a race. Some of them race on opening day, like Chocolate Moose, who is closing in willingly. You've got some other horses that have taken a little bit longer to get to the racetrack, but they can win at first asking. So it's a really it's a guessing game. I'll just be completely honest. When horses are coming in off of layoffs, unless you've seen all the morning works or unless you've seen the regimen and how they're coming into the race, it truly is a guessing game. You can follow Rachel, though. She'll go down on the paddock. She'll tell you how much a horse looks fit or ready to rock and roll on the toes, on the muscle. Is their neck bowed? Things like that are some items that may indicate to you that a horse is ready to rock and roll. You can look at their coat a lot. Is it shining? Does it look good? Does it look bright? Are the ears up? Are they ready to rock and roll? Or are they a little bit sulky, looking like they're in need of a nap? Those things can make a huge difference. And if you have any tools in the toolkit to judge how a horse looks or how much energy they're carrying, I would certainly recommend bringing it down to the paddock with Mrs. Amber Carlisle to check out those horses in race number 4, because that is a guessing game in there, and it's a race that I strongly encourage you to use as many horses as you absolutely can. Race number 5, optional claiming for $50,000. Nice purse of $50,000 in here. Scratch number 3, Smokin' Boy. This is a speed play for me, and although I am a horse racing guy, I certainly love my hockey as well. The one thing I don't like, goalies. A lot of goalies, they're a little bit strange. Brodeur, he was a little bit strange as well, but he's one of the best in the business. And I think Brodeur is well named for a hockey animal, and today I think he's going to be a horse racing winner in here. He looks like Lone Speed on paper. He's the fastest of the bunch. He is a 2-time winner. He's 0 for 4 on the dirt, but that's a little bit misleading. Both of his wins came on the dirt. It just came on a sloppy racetrack. He finds a fast track today. Knock on wood with the Shelbyville weather that we have. Not sure we'll be fast throughout the day, but we are certainly hopeful. I think it's Brodeur's race to win or lose. You've got what Rachel has deemed Bet Mitch Get Rich syndrome, as he is aboard for Mr. Ethan West in here, a perfect 1-for-1. They had a dazzling winner on a first-time starter in which Evan Roman was able to secure win number 1,000 last week. We'll see if the Ethan West gang can continue with their success with Brodeur as my single in the early pick 5. It's early morning here in Shelbyville, and it is Kentucky Oaks Day, but it's day 8 at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. Good luck today.
Good morning from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Thanks for joining us here today for a 9-race card. Hello now from the broadcast booth, track announcer John G. Dooley. All main track card, main track fast. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections. On today's racing program, from the sprint opener, take out number 5, Inflammable. Number 5, Inflammable, has been scratched from the opening sprint. That starts the 50-cent early pick 5. On to race 2. Maiden sprint, all 6 run, no changes in our second of the morning. No changes for that matter in the third. Third race sprint, 7 run. These scratches from the fourth start here the 50-cent late fire 5. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here this season. Scratch 1, just happy to be here. 5 Latigo. And take out the 10 Zolo. Scratch the 1, 5, and the 10. Number 4 Adios Ashwood. A change of jockey to Joe Ramos. Joe Ramos on 4 Adios Ashwood. In the 5th race, start here the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. Number 1, Ship, Hooray, the jockey Irving Moncada. Irving Moncada will ride the 1, Ship, Hooray. Number 3, Smokin' Boy, has been scratched. There'll be no superfecta wagering featured. Scratch 3, Smokin' Boy. Couple of scratches out of the 6th race maiden. Take out the 5, Selena's Wish, and number 7, Love It or Leave It. 6th race maiden, scratch the 5 and the number 7 from the race card. In the 7th race, maiden 3-year-old sprint, scratch the 1, Spite Night, the 4, Tata Today Jr., and the 6, It's My Song. Scratch the 1, 4, and the number 6. 7th race starts that $5 last call late thoroughbred double. 8th race mile, no changes in the second half of the last call double. No changes in the mile. 9th race at 3:23 p.m. here from the quarter horse maiden over the 300 yards. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 Flying Ivory and the 12 Ivory Jane. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 and 12 quarter horse maiden dash over 300 yards to close out our live card. Today the Longines Kentucky Oaks from Churchill Downs, our featured simulcast. Here in town, sun and clouds, temperatures in the low 50s. All main track card, main track fast. We'll have the sprint opener to start off the 50-cent early pick 5, due off in just 9 minutes time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Welcome back, Gary. Horseshoe Indianapolis bugler Gary Lozier bringing the horses onto the track for the first of the day. Sprint opener over the 6 furlongs, a field of 6. Number 5, Inflammable, has been scratched. Scratched the number 5, Inflammable. Race 1 of 9 carded on an all-main track card features exacted trifecta superfecta. The start of our rolling doubles, 50-cent pick 3s, 50-cent early pick 5 starts here. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s at the track. Track fast, 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Now 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5. Fast track. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the first, Joe Ramos with Brave Samantha. Pedro Pena with JR Miss Starlet. Joins Brave Samantha loading up. Sam Ramirez, Army Girl. 4 to 5, the first favorite, Army Girl. Micah Meeks with Loving Mischief to take her position in the starting gate. 2 back. Fernando de la Cruz with Fawn Leibowitz. At 6 furlong, standby, 1 more. Jose Gutierrez with Peter's Dream. All 9 racing today on the main track. Main track fast, they're in the gate. Running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Army Girl firing right into action. The gray JR Miss Starlet showing good speed to vie early. Along with toward the inside, Brave Samantha, who's also put in the game by Joe Ramos. Peter's Dream in the green cap on the far outside. They're well grouped. Loving Mischief is the behind horses. Racing only 4 lengths off this leader, Army Girl, who leads the dash past the half-mile pole, and Fawn Leibowitz trails here in the Friday opener. They enter the far turn, and Army Girl spearheads them. The quarter 22.60 seconds. The first favorite led, it's Army Girl. The pilot for Samuel Bermudez as they round the far turn. Army Girl out in front. Pursued by Peter's Dream as these leaders come toward the quarter pole. Fawn Leibowitz is into third. Brave Samantha fourth on the far outside with her bid as the fillies and mare straighten away. We trail back to Loving Mischief up the rail. JR Miss Starlet is last. Top of the lane, and with Samuel Bermudez, Army Girl, 46.65 for the second part. 1 furlong to go. Army Girl has a 5-length lead on Brave Samantha, who's coming with a charge. Peter's Dream and Loving Mischief with the rail, but well inside the final 16th, Army Girl has it sewn up. At 4 to 5, Army Girl obliges by 3.5 from Brave Samantha. Loving Mischief third. Peter's Dream finished fourth. And JR Miss Starlet fell right near the finish, unseating Pedro Pena, who's up to his feet as the apprentice. Again, this is the gray JR Miss Starlet who fell on approach at the finish. Staff, we have a loose horse on the track. That is number 4, JR Miss Starlet. The steward's inquiry will concern the finish, concentrating on 4, JR Miss Starlet. Apprentice Pedro Pena up to his feet, and we'll go back to the jockey's quarters. And the outrider now getting a hold of JR Miss Starlet, who fell on approach at the finish. That's the focal point of the inquiry. Unofficial after race 1. 6-1-2-7-6. Army Girl. At 4 to 5 was first. 1 Brave Samantha. 9 to 5 second. 2 Loving Mischief. At 3 to 1 third. And at 27 to 1 odds, the 7 Peter's Dream was fourth. Samuel Bermudez for Tracy Wisner. Army Mule Mare starts the card. At 4 to 5, inquiry concerns the fall of the 4 JR Miss Starlet at the finish. And that filly is now with the outrider. Pedro Pena back to the jockey's quarters. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 6, Army Girl with Sammy Bermudez. Army Girl is a 6-year-old bay mare by Army Mule. Out of the Star Dabbler mare, She's a Rounder. Racing for Ron Dowdy and Wisner Racing LLC, trainer Tracy Wisner. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Army Girl. 4-5 on the first favorite. Inquiry with regard to the spill of the 4 JR Miss Starlet on approach for the finish, now withdrawn. 6-1-2-7, stand by for the official. The result of the first race now official. Result confirmed by the judges. First results in. 6-1 exacta paid $8 even. 50-cent trifecta of 6-1-2 returned $3. Peter's Dream was fourth. The 10-cent superfecta of 6-1-2-7 paid out $1.50. In the first of 9 on a fast track, the 5 was a non-starter. Favorite was first. 6 faced the starter. JR Miss Starlet did not finish. 111.85 on to race 2 we go. In the second race, maiden sprint, there are no changes. All 6 run. Race 2 will feature exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3 starts at the $1 early pick 4. On an all main track card here, fast track post time will be at 11:25. That's in 27 minutes time. In all cases, if you can, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the Distaff Sprint. Hope you had a bet on Army Girl. running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Army Girl firing right into action. The gray J.R. Miss Sterlet showing good speed to vie early, along with toward the inside Brave Samantha, who's also put in the game by Joe Ramos. Peter's Dream in the green cap on the far outside. They're well grouped. Loving Mischief is the behind horses, racing only 4 lengths off this leader, Army Girl, who leads the dash past the half-mile pole, and Fawn Leibowitz trails here in the Friday opener. They enter the far turn, and Army Girl spearheads them. The quarter 22.60 seconds. The first favorite led, it's Army Girl. The pilot for Samuel Bermudez as they round the far turn. Army Girl out in front. Pursued by Peter's Dream as these leaders come toward the quarter pole. Fawn Leibowitz is into third. Brave Samantha fourth on the far outside with her bid as the fillies and mare straighten away. We trail back to Loving Mischief up the rail. J.R. Miss Starlet is last, top of the lane, and with Samuel Bermudez, Army Girl, 46.65 for the second part. 1 furlong to go. Army Girl has a 5-length lead on Brave Samantha, who's coming with a charge. Peter's Dream and Loving Mischief with the rail, but well inside the final 16th, Army Girl has it sewn up. At 4 to 5, Army Girl obliges by 3.5 from Brave Samantha.
There's a Derby celebration Saturday, May 2nd at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Catch all the action featuring live racing at 10:45 a.m. Plus, register to win a $3,000 Derby mega bet. Participate in the $1,000 Derby hat contest. Grab a red rose from the flower cart and enter to win an Exmark push mower. Call ahead for clubhouse reservations. It's a Derby Day celebration Saturday, May 2nd at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Jack Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
11 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we've got a maiden claiming here for 15. They're sprinting, going 5.5 on the dirt, and we have a 6-horse field. I'm going to go with the rail here on top. The 5 is the 4-5 favorite. All bark, no bite. All bark, no bite gets Santos Sanger and the irons for Gennaro Garcia, who had a nice win Wednesday with Micah Meeks up. But Santo, I love him. I always take note when Gennaro owns and trains. If he owns his own horse, I always take note of that. Here's something that's interesting. So last time this horse ran, he wears a flipping halter. He does not like the gate. He just doesn't want to go in. And honestly, sometimes it amazes me when I ride horses that they actually go in that metal cage, because I can't even get mine sometimes to go over a log. So there's horses that just don't like it. But he wears a flipping halter so that he doesn't do that. He ran on Lasix for the first time last time. Now, last time out was last year. It was the end of the meet. And he definitely, I think, will benefit off running on Lasix again. Let's see if he can improve off of those couple, and if he's had a little bit of time to grow up and get his mind wrapped around that gate. April 25th, 5 furlongs on the sloppy track. He worked minute 1. That was from the gate. April 9th, he had another gate work that I thought was beneficial, 49-1, 4 furlongs. So yeah, I mean, you can see this work pattern. It's really been good since they got him out once a month, and then since this race a couple times in March and then in April. So that's my top selection. The reason why I went against the 5 Good Stuff is just I don't think that Good Stuff really wants to win. You can see that this horse has been down in maiden claiming before and got second, and it wasn't a second by a nose. It was a second by 4 1/4 lengths. No offense to Good Stuff. I think he's a great horse, obviously, and I think he's going to get a cut of it. It's just he's starting to look to me like a horse that doesn't want to win. He's ran 7 times. He's got a second and a third. But even when he was in this class last year on November 10th, he ran a second. Then they tried him back first time out this year in a maiden special weight. He just doesn't look like the kind of horse that wants to get up there and pass horses. And another thing I always tell people when I'm talking about maidens, people who are maybe haven't been around horses but enjoy betting them, they're herd animals. Sometimes they don't like to get in front. You can train them, most of them usually, to get over that since it's their job. But yeah, definitely interested to see if he gets it done today. Maybe it's because the second time with the class relief he could open it up. But I definitely think it's a 1-5 exact. I'm going to round it out with recomputing. Mitchell Merle is aboard here for Mr. Tim Eggleston, who owns and trains this 3-year-old gelding by Cloud Computing. Making his first lifetime start. So this is a 3-year-old gelding. Cloud Computing's the sire. A Little Bourbon is the dam. This one is another one that I just like the works as well. You can't really go off much of it. I like the breeding, but April 22nd, 4 furlongs, 50-4 breezing was good. April 15th, 48-1. Also 4 furlongs, and then a gate work on April 7th, which I really liked. He had another one on the 14th. So this guy's been in the gate, getting used to everything. Some nice breezes to go into this, and he's just built like a tank. I mean, that is just a really good-looking 3-year-old gelding. I'm sure gelding helped, but he looks very muscular, very compact. It's not shocking to me at all. He's probably going to be really quick turn of foot, just off of looks physically. 7 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Thank you so much for joining us today for Kentucky Oaks Day. Don't forget, tomorrow we have a huge Derby celebration. We're going to give away 3 $1,000 mega bets. We're going to have handicapping contests and lots of fun. Post-time apparel will be here. We're going to be selling roses for Thoroughbred Aftercare. So please join us tomorrow, same time, same place. If you don't want to drive all the way down to Kentucky, hang out with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck.
The horses call post sprint now for the second race. Maiden sprint here at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 6. There are no program changes, all 6 run. Race 2 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, start to the $1 early pick 4, fast track. 4 minutes to post time, 4 minutes. Post time in 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start of the $1 early pick four. Fast track. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Oscar Quiros. Sando Sanjor with All Bark, No Bite. Micah Meeks, Midnight Legacy, like All Bark, No Bite. Both here in the maiden for Gennaro Garcia. Joe Ramos, Good Stuff, taking his position in the starting gate. Twice started All Bark, No Bite. Right now, Good Stuff 3-5 favorite. 7-2 Mega Witch at 9-2 All Bark, No Bite loaded. Two back. Evan Roman with El Sereno. Now Fernando de la Cruz. Up comes Mega Witch. Drew 3. One more Mitchell Morrill with Tim Eggleston's newcomer recomputing. Second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Midnight Legacy. Recomputing showing good debut speed. They're engaged toward the inside by All Bark No Bite, who's being pressed hard now by Mega Witch. From the rail for Santo Sanjor. All Bark No Bite and Mega Witch right there for Fernando de la Cruz in an early exchange of fire going past the half-mile pole. Midnight Legacy, after a sharp start, is running in third at the 3.5. Good Stuff rallies with the rail. Recomputing running second to last, and El Sereno trails the Midnight Sprint. The quarter was 22.66 seconds. They round the far turn that way. Mega Witch in front. Good Stuff coming with a move now in between horses, and Midnight Legacy joins on the outside with the blinkers. As they come past the quarter pole, All Bark No Bite strains away in fourth. We trail back to Recomputing and El Sereno. They're homeward bound, coming down toward the final furlong. Good Stuff. It's Good Stuff for Joe Ramos. Good Stuff and Mega Witch. Battles on toward the inside. Good Stuff narrowly. Mega Witch not going down without a fight. All Bark No Bite is back in third. Midnight Legacy fourth, well clear. It's Good Stuff. Good Stuff scores the winning run by a length to Mega Witch. All Bark No Bite third. Midnight Legacy finished back in fourth. .105.49 seconds after the maiden. 1 minute 5.49. 5-3-1-4, the unofficial run order after race 2. First, number 5, Good Stuff at 6-5 first. 3, Mega Witch, 3-1 second. Game effort. Number 1, All Bark No Bite at 2-1 was third. And at 4, Midnight Legacy at 20-1 rounds out the frame. 5-3-1-4, Joe Ramos getting on the Friday score sheet. Here for Bob Gorham, a Mass Thoroughbreds win. Good Stuff off the mark in his 8th run. And the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5, Good Stuff. And there's Joe Ramos. Good Stuff is a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Good Samaritan. Out of the R.T. Schiller mare, Texas Sugar. Bob Gorham trains for Henry Mast Thoroughbreds LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Good Stuff, race 2 official. 5-3 exacta paid $17.80. 50-cent trifecta, 5-3-1, $7.80. 6 and 5 double favorites both. Army Girl to Good Stuff, double $10.20. Midnight Legacy was 4th. The 10-cent superfecta, 5-3-1-4, paid $4.09. And the maiden favorite was first. All 6 ran. 105.49 seconds, fast track. Third race, no changes. All 7 run in the next one. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time 12:10. And they're off. Midnight Legacy. Recomputing showing good debut speed. They're engaged toward the inside by All Bark No Bite, who's being pressed hard now by Megawitch. From the rail for Santo Sanjor. All Bark No Bite, and Megawitch right there for Fernando de la Cruz in an early exchange of fire going past the half-mile pole. Midnight Legacy, after a sharp start, is running in third at the 3.5. Good Stuff rallies with the rail. Recomputing running second to last, and El Sereno trails the Midnight Sprint. The quarter was 22.66 seconds. They round the far turn that way. Mega Witch in front. Good Stuff coming with a move now in between horses, and Midnight Legacy joins on the outside with the blinkers. As they come past the quarter pole, All Bark No Bite straightens away in fourth. We trail back to Recomputing and El Sereno. They're homeward bound, coming down toward the final furlong. Good Stuff. It's Good Stuff for Joe Ramos. Good Stuff and Mega Witch. Battles on toward the inside. Good Stuff narrowly. Mega Witch not going down without a fight. All Bark No Bite is back in third. Midnight Legacy fourth, well clear. It's Good Stuff. Good Stuff scores the winning run by a length to Mega Witch. All Bark No Bite third. Midnight Legacy finished back in fourth.
you try and give them the best opportunity. And I don't know so much that it's just because it's girls, but you try to empower women because it is a very tough business. My dad, Jim Elliott, lives in Brookston. He bought a farm when I was a year old. So I grew up in it day to day. We come in, we usually make a schedule the night before of who's galloping, who's walking, and who goes to the Eurosizer. And then we have to get in touch with jock agents to schedule breezes for the jockeys. Someone comes in at 5 and feeds at 5 in the morning. Then we feed lunch around 11, 11:30. And then that's usually our day. And then we get ready for the races.
Definitely a man's world back here, but all of us women, we really band together. We have a really great community and we all support each other, and that means so much. There's so much emotion that goes into it when you do work that hard. You know, talent gets you very far at times, but when you put the hard work into it on top of it, it gets you places that you never thought you could go. You definitely have to work a little harder, but I think we also have an edge to us that not a lot of men have, and I like to take advantage of that as much as I can. Now I'm a jockey, living my dream.
It's a man's sport, for sure. Like, I think women, some people look at them, and I think I'm a little more affectionate with my horses, more hands-on. You know, it's an industry where all your top trainers are men, so I think people look to that. I started underneath my grandpa, Calvin Prescott. Prior to that, I've always had horses in my life. I barrel raced. Went to college at Ball State, and then I got back into horses with my grandpa, and I think my own trainer's license was probably somewhere around 2003, maybe, something like that. Started out with just a few. Eventually, I started breeding my own horses, and now I'm up to, I don't even know, 40-something, so a lot.
Hola, mi nombre es Sheneveli. Soy Jaguaker, trabajo con Michelle Elliott, tengo aproximadamente 2 años de estar trabajando acá, soy del país de Guatemala.
There's a lot more women in this business now than when I first started 35 years ago. Being a woman, other women feel threatened by you sometimes, so it's always a good idea to go chat with the ladies first. They're your biggest asset and your biggest allies. Women will stick together if you give them a shot.
Welcome back down here to the paddock, beautiful Shelbyville, Indianapolis, here on a bright sunny day where we are on an all-fast track card here. Haven't debuted that turf course. Hopefully by Preakness week we'll be up and running on that turf course, if not sooner than that, as the Run for the Roses is now just about 36 hours away. But let's take a look at race number 3, 13 minutes away. No scratches or changes, a field of 7, set to go 6 furlongs in here, and we've got 3 horses that are taking the lion's share of the action between the 3, 4, and 5, all kind of right in the middle of the pack. I happen to fancy Reflex, who was 5-2 on the morning line. Currently chilly right now, 9-2 on the board for John Heron. Moncada going to be calling the shots. A Horseshoe, I would demand a little bit of a price, at least at 5-2 for this horse, because he's trying to do something that he hasn't done in the last 2 years, and that is win a race. A little bit camera shy for the bashful 5-year-old by Slope, who only has one start in 2026. It came last time out during our second week of racing, in which they were bet down to 5-2 in an 8-horse field, and they were ultimately outrun very early in that race. But I was impressed with how they closed. That was going 5.5 furlongs. They'll get an extra couple hundred yards today with an added half furlong today. 6 furlongs going to be the distance, and should get a great tracking trip in here. Has shown the ability to be keen early on in races, so doesn't necessarily have to be off the pace as he was last time out, but I like the way this 5-year-old came back. I like the way he's come out of this race. He looks a little bit tighter, a little bit more fit today, and even though he's 2 for 23, it is misleading because many of those starts were at the allowance ranks, in which he was facing much more significantly tougher competition than he will see today. He's in with his friends for $5,000 claiming tag. That's where he was off of the layoff as well. He ran into it. He didn't hit the board, but he was closing in. I think he's got an ability to be much closer today. He does not need to be a one-run closer, and despite not being a win machine by any means, he hasn't been at this level very often. I think 4-1 is a great price on Reflex. But on the outside, maybe the speed of the speed, the Irish Ranter for Rogelio Labra. Gutierrez is going to be calling the shots in here, 9-2 on the board, as Labra's got both the 5 and the 7. Now, if you're monitoring the will pays, Irish Ranter has a little bit of attention towards him, not as much as his stablemate, the 5, who very well could go off favored when it's all said and done. But the Irish Ranter kind of had the opposite comebacker race than the top selection in Reflex. While Reflex was slow away and closed well late, the Irish Ranter was quick away. He broke well, showed great speed right to the top of the lane. Now, he did tire badly that final 8th. Now, usually I differentiate between the final 8th or the final 16th, maybe even the final 100 yards. I have down the final 8th. So he didn't make it all that far into the lane before he started shortening strides and tiring. That's not always a good sign. However, he had every right to do so. It was his first start since Mountaineer over at the Bull Ring, the unique track setup that they have over at Mountaineer, December 1st. So he had a long layoff, 4 months off, came back. Comes to Horseshoe Indian. He looks to be the quickest of the bunch in here. He's favorably drawn to the outside. I do think there's a lot to like. Gutierrez can ration some of that speed, maybe even just sit off the hip if somebody else wants to go crazy on the front end. But this is a horse who has a ton of upside, and maybe most notably, the price is always an upside at 5-1 as well. He's not going to take as much action as the 3, 4, and 5 in here. He's clearly going to be your 4th choice. And I think he's got a decent little chance to win, if not hit the board and round out some of those exactas and trifectas for you. 5-1 on the Irish Ranter for Rogelio Labra. The 3 is American Win. This one is somewhat of an unknown in here for Gonzalez and Evan Roman, who, again, congratulations to him. He just celebrated win number 1,000, gave thanks to all of his friends and family that helped him get there. There was many along the way, and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears over those years, winning 1,000 races, a milestone that not many get to. So congratulations to one of our own, Evan Roman. He's been a pleasure to watch race here over the last couple of seasons since bringing his tack over from California. 1 for 16 is American Win, another 5-year-old who's not a win machine. He was actually bet down to favoritism coming over from Turfway Park. He had a recency edge over the top 2 selections. While Reflex and the Irish Ranter were making their first start off a long layoffs, American Win raced all through the winter, both at Tampa, sunny Florida, and then the winter, at Turfway Park on the synthetic, showing speed, usually not showing much finish. My notes indicate that despite being the favorite last time out, he broke from the inside. He had a dream trip. There was every chance to kind of run down, I forgot to ask, in the lane, and he was just kind of evenly running, if not losing ground late. So I was fairly unimpressed with the American Wind race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The reason he has some upside is it was his first start over the track. You've heard me talk about second start off of a layoff or second time trying 2 turns. Horse is trying something for the second time. I do think there's a lot of upside for him going second out here at Horseshoe Indy. If there's any room for improvement, it's likely going to be today. He's familiar with his surroundings. Who knows when he got in from Turfway Park the first time around. He's been here now. He's got acclimated to it, and he was the beaten favorite. Somebody thought he was going to win just on April 14th. So the bettors are coming back in small doses right now, 7-5 on the board. He could go off favorite in here. I do think monitoring those will pays, that patronage is likely going to challenge him. The Rogelio Labra runner from Turfway as well, with Mrs. Meeks aboard for patronage, is likely going to challenge this one for favoritism. But overall, the replay tells me that American Wind had no excuses last time. He was just a beaten favorite on the button. He broke from the inside. He had every chance to win, and he just kind of ran evenly. Does he improve second time out at this track? That's for you to decide, as we're 7 minutes away from race number 3. Don't forget to dive in. We've got those rolling daily doubles. 15% takeout each and every day, one of the lowest takeouts in the entire country. Less money taken out of the pool, more money returned to your wallet or your purse. And as we approach the Kentucky Derby and the Kentucky Oaks, that is always a good sign. Best of luck for race 3 at Horseshoe Indy.
G-Note bringing the horses onto the track now for race 3. The third of our 9 carded over the 6 furlongs fast track. A field of 7. There are no program changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The start of another rolling double and 50-cent pick 3 with a sprint. Here's the parade with 4 minutes to post time. Now less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Irving Moncada. Reflex first in. Pedro Pena with Howard's Grit coming up. Howard's Grit has joined Reflex. Joseph Romero with Only Frank Knows. Unusual Activity. Micah Meeks, Patronage in. Unusual Activity. Simmer Bermudez won the opener. Evan Roman with American Wind. One more, Jose Gutierrez with the Irish Ranter. Favorites Army Girl and Good Stuff, our first two sprint winners. All in line. And they're off. The Irish Ranter out to a lightning quick start. Crosses and clears here for Jose Gutierrez in a nifty early move. Howard's Grit joined by American Wind with a white cap as the Irish Ranter leads them up the back. Reflex is running in fourth. Then toward the inside comes Patronage. The trailing two, Unusual Activity, and Only Frank Knows. They make the way toward the far turn. The Irish Ranter challenged up the inside by Howard's Grit in tight quarters as American Wind is now the first to attack the Irish Ranter, who covered a quarter in 23.50 seconds, inside 3 furlongs to go. The Irish Ranter leads. American Wind between horses, and Reflex in the green cap joins as they come toward the quarter pole. After chasing the pace, Howard's Grid dropped back toward the inside Patronage, and the white blinkers comes through. Only Frank Knows relegated unusual activity to last. Top of the stretch, half mile 46.89 seconds. Reflex runs at the Irish Ranter. Here's Reflex for Irving Moncada. Reflex has come away in front as Patronage is charging up the rail now for Mike Meeks, and it's Patronage who's taken the lead and edges away from Reflex. Micah Meeks and Patronage by 2. Reflex was second, the Irish Ranter third, and American Wind held only Frank's Nose for fourth. One 11.61 after the sprint. Unofficial. 5-4-7-3 the order. First number 5, Patronage at 2-1. The 4, Reflex. 9-5 favorite was the runner-up. Number 7, the Irish Ranter. 6-1 third. And the 3, American Wind at 2-1 fourth. Micah Meeks here for Rogelio Labra, son of Cantheros. Patronage. 2-1. Co-second choice home. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 5, Patronage with Micah Meeks. Patronage is a 5-year-old big gelding by Cantheros out of Bella Cara by Midnight Loot, owned and trained by Rogelio Labra. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Patronage. It's official. The 5-4 exacta paid $14.60. 50-cent trifecta, 5-4-7, $18.35. 5-5 double returns even $23. 50-cent first pick 3 of the day, returned $9.85. American Wind was fourth. Only Frank Knows fifth. The 10-cent superfecta, 5-4-7-3, paid $5.98. Favorite was second. All 7 ran. 111.61 after the running of race 3. On to the fourth we go. It's 22 minutes away. Next sprint, scratch 1, just happy to be here. 5 Latigo and 10 Zolo. Scratch the 1, 5, and the number 10. Number 4, Adios Ashwood. The jockey will be Joe Ramos. Has a win on the card. Joe Ramos on 4, Adios Ashwood. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3. Sprint starts off the 50-cent late fire 5 on an all main track card. Main track fast. Post time, 12:41. And they're off. The Irish Ranter out to a lightning quick start. Crosses and clears here for Jose Gutierrez in a nifty early move. Howard's Grit joined by American Wind with a white cap as the Irish Ranter leads them up the back. Reflexes running in fourth. Then toward the inside comes Patronage. The trailing two, Unusual Activity, and Only Frank Knows. They make the way toward the far turn. The Irish Ranter challenged up the inside by Howard's Grit in tight quarters as American Wind is now the first to attack the Irish Ranter, who covered a quarter in 23.50 seconds, inside 3 furlongs to go. The Irish Ranter leads, American Wind between horses, and Reflex in the green cap joins as they come toward the quarter pole. After chasing the pace, Howard's Grit has dropped back toward the inside Patronage, and the white blinkers comes through. Only Frank Knows relegated Unusual Activity to last. Top of the stretch, half mile 46.89 seconds. Reflex runs at the Irish Ranter. Here's Reflex for Irving Moncada. Reflex has come away in front as Patronage is charging up the rail now for Mike Meeks, and it's Patronage who's taken the lead and edges away from Reflex. Micah Meeks and Patronage by 2. Reflex was second, the Irish Ranter third, and American Wind.
They're underway at the Twin Spires on Kentucky Oaks Day, and we're back down here in the paddock, 10 minutes away from race number 4. Kicks off the second pick 5 of the day. First pick 5, a little bit chalky so far. We just had our biggest winner, $6 up the rail. Mrs. Meeks gets her 3rd win of the season at 2-1 with Patronage. But let's go down to this field. Scratch numbers 1, 5, and 10. Just happy to be here. Latigo and Zolo are out of this event. Leaves us with a field of 7 set to go 6 furlongs, kicking off 11.99% takeout late fire 5 action in here. I'm going to go to the 8-horse, 8-5 in the beautiful pink silks, Chocolate Mousse, who's been sweet for the ownership as well, 14 for 19 in the trifecta, $181,000 in earnings. Got a good race into him in a stakes race, first start off the layoff. Ran a good 3rd. It was on opening day. 55,000 was on the line. Really nobody stopped in that race. Sleepy got the lead. Win Me Over was right there as well, and they just continued fighting on. And then this one was closing in. Chocolate Mousse has a way to go about him where he can do it however he's asked to do it, whether it's on the lead or whether it's closing in late. He really has a style about him that is conducive to success because he's very mobile in the fact that he can win in a variety of ways, whichever way Alberto Burgos opts to go. They're breaking from the outside this time, so I think they're likely going to track behind some of the other speed in here. I thought his comeback race was just fine. Sleepy ran very well, as did Win Me Over, and he was closing into it willingly. 5.5 furlongs, probably a little bit too sharp for him as well. I think 6 furlongs is going to be right more in his alley. And he's a deserving favorite in here at 8-5. But the 2 is kind of the unknown in here. This is the X factor in Goldwyn for Randy Klopp. He's got both Chocolate Mousse and Goldwyn. So trainer enters into. I'm always paying attention to the one that's going to be the better price, and I believe it will land here with Goldwyn, who, based on those projections, is going to take some love when it's all said and done. Maybe 7-1 right now, but I don't want to hear on Twitter, oh my gosh, this horse loaded at 5-1 and he went off at 5-2. It's there to be seen. You just have to find and know where to look. And looking at those will pays is indicative of that Goldwyn's going to take some action in here for Christine Cagle. The homebred has banked almost $100,000, $93,000 with any success this season. Will be a 6-figure earner for this 4-year-old gelding. Fernando de la Cruz is aboard the last 3 starts, 1 win, a 9th, and a 3rd. But you get Moncada aboard in here. This horse hasn't been seen since closing day last year. Lost to Sleepy. Now, the stablemate also lost to Sleepy last time out. So win last seen, I know a lot has changed since November 13th in here, but Goldwyn lost to Sleepy by a length and 3/4. While your current favorite right now at 8-5 lost to Sleepy by 4 3/4. Granted, it was a lot more recently. However, you're going to get a decent price on Goldwyn. I'm not sure he's going to be anywhere near 7-1, but he should be at least around 3-1 when it's all said and done. And Randy Klopp has had his horses ready to run and ready to run at first asking. That could be the case in here with Goldwyn, who should be fresh. Looks no worse for the wear off the long layoff. Looks plenty fit, as most of the Klopp trainees do. I think this one deserves a long, long look. But the 6 is also taking some action. It's Scotty's on edge, Gennaro Garcia. Claim elsewhere, return to Horseshoe Indianapolis, and pick up a paycheck. That's how it goes. My last 5 years here at Horseshoe Indy, I've seen that a lot where Gennaro claims horses off other trainers at other tracks, comes to Horseshoe Indianapolis, stops by the racing office, and picks up his personal ATM check. Now, it wasn't necessarily the case with Scotty's on Edge. He claimed this one for $25,000 off another one of our own in Bob Dobbs and went to an overnight stakes race. It was on opening day, exits the same race as Chocolate Mousse, and ultimately was in a good spot, just stayed on evenly. There wasn't a whole lot to take away from him, good or bad. He is a 7-time winner. He's a class of the field. He's got $230,000 in earnings. There's mad respect for him. Second start off the layoff. Pedroza is off. Gutierrez is aboard in here. I think Scotty's on edge as a player, and right now the will pays would suggest the 8, 2, and 6 are the main foes in here. But I thought this was a challenging race. Let's take a look at this late fire 5. I put together a ticket each and every day here for the late fire 5, trying to take advantage of the lowest takeout in the land. I thought this was a competitive race, much like that stakes race or the overnight stakes race on opening day, or overnight handicap, just to clarify. I thought this race was wide open, just as the handicap was on opening day. So I spread out. I went fairly deep in this race. I do have a horse that I happen to fancy in race number 5. Brodeur, hopefully can stop all the foes in there for Ethan West, who had a runaway winner last week and stopped the clock very nicely. So Brodeur is going to be the key to my entire day. I will be singling your 9-2 morning line choice speed play. Going to break sharply, try and go to the lead, and never look back. As the riders are getting the leg up, we'll be off and on the way in the late Fire 5. Coming at you next.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 4th race. Here a state-bred sprint over the 6 furlongs. They field those 7. Scratch 1, just happy to be here. 5 let it go and take out the 10, Zolo. Scratch the 1-5 and the number 10. Number 4, Adios Ashwood, a jockey change to Joe Ramos. Won our seconds of the day. Joe Ramos rides the 4, Adios Ashwood. This one features exacted trifecta superfecta, double pick 3, 50-cent start of the late Fire 5. All main track card, fast. Now 3 minutes to post time. Now less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent late fire 5. Fast track under a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Arriving at the gate. It is now post time. Irving Moncada with Goldwyn coming up. Jose Gutierrez, Scotty's on edge. The first 2 Indiana breds have moved into line. Sammy Bermudez with Leo Springs. Hannah Leahy. Up comes Ice Express in the green silks. Alberto Burgos with Chocolate Mousse. Like Goldwyn, both for Randy Klopp. Ice Express loaded. Chocolate Mousse joins 2 back. Adios Ashwood, making his 5-year-old season abound. Joe Ramos on the Friday score sheet, and 1 more. Luis Contreras with Bourbon Curiosity. They're in the game. They're off and sprinting. Chocolate Mousse away fast, quickly headed off by Goldwyn, who's making a dash for it for Irving Moncada, and Scotty's on edge, and the red cap is right there too. It's Goldwyn. Goldwyn just leads. Scotty's on edge. Here's Ice Express in the green jacket now powering up. Scotty's on edge, tracks them from 3rd. Chocolate Mousse in 4th. Adios Ashwood up the rail. Bourbon Curiosity 3D past the half mile. And Leo Springs has dropped back to last. They enter the far turn. It's Goldwyn blazing the trail. The quarter 22.84 seconds. Goldwyn to track down from Scotty's on edge, who's starting a bid now for Jose Gutierrez as they round the far turn coming toward the quarter pole. Bourbon Curiosity a close 3rd. Chocolate Mousse in 4th. Ice Express Flash speed, but has dropped back significantly as Adios Ashwood has picked up Ice Express. Leo Springs is last. Here come the Hoosiers into the stretch, being led by Goldwyn. Half mile, 45.10 seconds with Irving Moncada. Goldwyn looking to finish them off and has a 6-length advantage. Rolling into the final 16th from Scotty's an Edge, who's drifting toward the inside Chocolate Mousse, and down the center of the track, Bourbon Curiosity. Goldwyn gate to wire by 6. Chocolate Mousse for Randy Klopp 1-2. Bourbon Curiosity third. Scotty's on Edge finished fourth. (109.37) after the state bred sprint. 109.37 seconds. 2:8.962 Goldwyn. 2-1 first. 8 Chocolate Mousse. 8-5 second, both for Randy Klopp. 9 Bourbon Curiosity. 7-2 third. And at 9-2 the 6, Scotty's on Edge gets into the frame. So it's Goldwyn leads home Chocolate Mousse for the Randy Klopp stable. First run of 2026 for Goldwyn. Irving Moncada on Christine Cagle's homebred. Returning to the winner's circle is the 2 Goldwyn with Irving Moncada. Goldwyn is a 4-year-old big gelding by Maximus Mischief. Out of the Belong to Me mare, Get 'em Up Girl. Randy Klopp trains for Indiana breeder and owner Christine Cagle. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Goldwyn and the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle. 109.37. The result of the 4th race official. The 2-8 exacta. It's a Randy Klopp 1-2. 2-8, $16.80. Goldwyn caps off a 50-cent pick 3 on the card. 5 with the 2. $16.75. The 50-cent trifecta. 289, $15.60. 5-2 double, $24.80. Scotty's on Edge 4th. The 10-cent superfecta, 2.896. Paid a wheat penny under $8. (109.37 seconds). 7 ran in race 4. 20 minutes away from the 5th of 9. In the next sprint, scratch 3 Smokin' Boy. 3 Smokin' Boy scratch 1 Ship Ship Hooray. Irving Moncada will ride for a quick fire double on the card. Irving Moncada is on 1 Ship Ship Hooray. Exacta trifecta double pick 3. Start to the $1 Itoba late pick 4. 1:11 post time. They're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Chocolate Mousse away fast, quickly headed off by Goldwyn, who's making a dash for it for Irving Moncada, and Scotty's on edge, and the red cap is right there too. It's Goldwyn. Goldwyn just leads. Scotty's on edge. Here's Ice Express in the green jacket now powering up. Scotty's on edge, tracks them from third. Chocolate Mousse in fourth. Adios Ashwood up the rail. Bourbon Curiosity 3D past the half mile. And Leo Springs has dropped back to last. They enter the far turn. It's Goldwyn blazing the trail. The quarter 22.84 seconds. Goldwyn to track down from Scotty's on edge, who's starting a bid now for Jose Gutierrez as they round the far turn coming toward the quarter pole. Bourbon Curiosity a close third. Chocolate Mousse in fourth. Ice Express, flash speed, but has dropped back significantly as Adios Ashwood has picked up Ice Express. Leo Springs is last. Here come the Hoosiers into the stretch being led by Goldwyn. Half mile 45.10 seconds with Irving Moncada. Goldwyn looking to finish them off and has a 6-length advantage. Rolling into the final 16th from Scotty's an edge, who's drifting toward the inside Chocolate Mousse and down the center of the track Bourbon Curiosity. Goldwyn gate to wire by 6. Chocolate Mousse for Randy Klopp 1-2. Bourbon Curiosity third. They're in the gate.
All right, you guys, we are going to talk about this 5th race, and then we are going to give you a little bit of Oaks analysis from a very special guy, AI Allen. We're going to start here in race 5. We're just 9 minutes to post. We got a scratch in here of the 3 Smokin' Boy, and Irving Cotto is aboard the 1, and he's looking for a double here, so very nice for him last time. But the 4 right now is the 8-5 favorite, and that's going to be my top selection. Definitely a horse that fits in here. Some of them have ran in harder races, but in this kind of allowance optional claiming for 40 or 50 is where this horse seems to do its best. Other thing that's a little bit of a question mark is the dirt versus turf versus the all-weather there at Turfway, the Taffeta. It's just, it seems like this horse runs better when it gets an off track, really. If you look back at Oaklawn last year, a couple of muddy and wet dirt wins. On the slop was 3rd after that. Then gets on a yielding turf course and didn't do much in that race, but did get into some trouble there and ended up just kind of fading. And then last time was close, sprinting. So we're sprinting today. We're going 6 furlongs. Obviously, this horse has good numbers, a sharp work on April 24th going in here, and has a nice early speed. Obviously, Ethan, he knows the track pretty well, and he's had a really nice last couple years. He just had a nice winner. Evan got his 1,000th win with Ethan, and Mitchell's had some nice wins too here to start the year. So good connections. I'm gonna go with 4 on top, and then the 5 to his outside, Secret Chat. Secret Chat right now is on the tote board at 4-1. Secret Chat gets our leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz and defending jockey from last year in 2025 aboard for Bobby Barnett. This is a 4-year-old horse. He's by Union Rags, Medaglia d'Oro. I see why they're not, keeping this guy. I'm sure he will turn out some nice foals in the future. But the turf try a few was pretty tough. I mean, that horse finished 4th and by 4.5. I thought that was going to be a bigger effort. Then gets on the slop at the end of the year at Churchill and does really well in allowance optional claiming for 80. And I know they saw that was promising, so they put him in a stakes race right after that, a $250,000 stakes race, 2 turns that they have there. But this guy's going back to sprinting. He's getting a fast ride track today, and he's going back down to allowance optional claiming for 50, which he's been in competitive at in the past. Another thing, though, is the distance. He's ran this distance once and got a 2nd, but I do think he likes 2 turns a little bit, but he definitely likes an off-going. So I bet they were hoping that it was going to rain. And then I'm going to round it out with the 2 Voltage. The 2 right now is 3-1 on the tote board. Voltage gets Joe Ramos aboard for David Jacobson. A really nice fit-looking horse. He's by Bolt d'Oro, Smart Strike Dam. Wonderfully bred. He's made 22 starts, but he's only won twice. He has been in tough, though. Look at him. He's been in New York, at Aqueduct, at Laurel. Then he tried in Florida. They took him to Turfway and trained to Trombetta, and then Sidham got him, and now David owns and trains this guy, and I put a big question mark beside him, but I just think getting here to Indiana and getting down back into allowance optional claiming, which is a lot easier than some of the horses that he's been facing at these other tracks. He also tends to get in kind of like a wide running trip. He'll veer out and go around naturally, it seems like. Jockey isn't asking him. He just sort of does that. I'd keep an eye on that as well. We're 5 minutes to post. Let's send it to AI Allen. He's going to talk to you about his Kentucky Oaks pick. I got a lot of our people here that work here and our regulars selections as well. We'll show that, but I really like Zany in this race. Obviously a really nice one. And then my bit of a long shot in here is going to be Always a Runner. Seems like Percy's Bar is a little bit of the wise guy choice in this group for the Kentucky Oaks, but I'm going to go with the 9.
The 2026 Kentucky Oaks at Churchill Downs is shaping up to be a thrilling race with some standout contenders. Here's how the race might unfold and my top picks for today. The pace type for this race is general, meaning it could favor horses with a balanced running style. Let's dive into some of the top contenders. Top early pace. Number 5, Shred the Gnar. With an early pace rating of 114, she's got strong early speed, making her a formidable contender right from the start. Number 8, Dry Powder, another strong contender with an early pace rating of 106, likely to push forward in the early stages. Highest spotlight ratings. Number 3, Narazuri. With a spotlight rating of 118, she's showing top overall performance indicators. Number 8, Dry Powder. Not only strong in early pace, but also shines with a spotlight rating of 118. Number 9, Fully Subscribed. A spotlight rating of 117 makes her a strong candidate for a competitive finish. Good luck with your Oaks picks. Join us tomorrow for the Kentucky Derby.
Gary the Bugler bringing the horses onto the track now for race 5. This sprint over the 6 furlongs. 5 of them run. Scratch 3, Smokin' Boy. No superfecta wagering. Scratch 3, Smokin' Boy. 1, Ship Ship Hooray, Irving Moncada. Going for a double on the card. Irving Moncada rides the 1, Ship Ship Hooray. Exacta trifecta, double pick 3. Here the start of the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. 2 minutes to post time, due in 2. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start to the $1 late pick 4. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. First of the 5, facing up to the gate. Ship Hooray. Will be a double for Irving Moncada. Now Voltage. Joe Ramos has a win on the card. Voltage has joined Ship Hooray. Mitchell Murrell with Brodeur. Third of the 5 to move in, 2 back. Fernando de la Cruz with Secret Chat. One more, Alberto Burgos, CJ Storm making a 6-year-old seasonal bow. It's the Friday feature of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're off and sprinting. Fast start for CJ Storm. Nearest the inside. Here comes an early bid by Ship Hooray. Secret Chat took back off of heels and drifts back toward last. It's Ship Hooray who's come away the overall leader for Irving Moncada. Mitchell Murrell has Brodeur right there with the leader. They're a neck apart going past the half-mile pole with Fernando de la Cruz, first run of 2026 for Secret Chat. The Grays running in third. Joe Ramos and Voltage, fourth at the 3.5. And with Alberto Burgos, CJ Storm is last to the quintet. Being led now by Brodeur, who's taken a short lead from Ship Hooray, tries to counterpunch. The quarter was covered in 22.42. Secret Chat will track them from third, and Secret Chat is picking up in the 3 path. Farther back, CJ Storm, and nearest the inside is Voltage. They head for home, and Secret Chat sweeping outside of them. Secret Chat with a strong bid. Half mile 45.46 with Fernando. Secret Chat has taken a short lead from Ship Hooray toward the inside. Brodeur's drop back in third. They're close to home. It's Secret Chat. Secret Chat edges away with yards to go to beat Ship Hooray by 2. Third close as CJ Storm dived to the finish with Brodeur. Voltage was last of the 5. $110.08. 5-1, then a show photo. First number 5, Secret Chat at 5-1. Number 1, Ship Hooray, 7-2 second. Third's a photo. show up to the judges. Boltage was back in fifth. Stand by for the third and fourth. It's gone to Secret Chat. This was his 5-year-old seasonal bow. Fernando de la Cruz for Bobby Barnett. Son of Union Rags at 5-1. The judges have posted number 6, CJ Storm. Third, and a photo over 4, Brodeur fourth. Boltage fifth. 5-1, 6-4-2. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, number 5, Secret Chat with Fernando de la Cruz. Secret Chat is a 5-year-old gray roan horse by Union Rags out of the Medaglia d'Oro mare La Viros. Bobby Barnett trains for Don Blackwood and Jeff Myers. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Secret Chat. Result official. The 5-1 exacta paid $61.60. There was no superfecta featured on the sprint of the day. CJ Storm was third. 50-cent trifecta, 5-1-6, 62.50. 2-5 double paid $41.80. 50-cent pick 3 capped off by Secret Chat. 5 with the 2 with the 5, $29.90. The $1 early pick 4 on 404, $220.10. 50-cent early pick 5, after the low 11.99% takeout, pays out on 5 out of 5 for $197.80. 5 starter Oscar Quiroz, 110.08, fast track. On to the 6th we go. It's 21 minutes away. Scratch 5, Selena's Wish, and 7, Love It or Leave It. Scratch the 5 and the 7. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Here are the 10-cent grand high 5. First pentafecta featured on the card. Double pick 3. Post time will be at 1:41. As a reminder to all of our Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, next live race card, that's tomorrow. Gates open at 9:30 a.m. First post, the first of 9 on Saturday, will be at 10:45 a.m. here in town. 9 live races, plus watch and wager on the 152nd running of the Kentucky Derby. Who's your pick? Feature of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis only. They're off and sprinting. Fast start for CJ Storm. Nearest the inside. Here comes an early bid by Ship Hooray. Secret Chat took back off of heels and drifts back toward last. It's Ship Hooray, who's come away the overall leader for Irving Moncada. Mitchell Merle has Brodeur right there with the leader. They're neck apart going past the half-mile pole. With Fernando de la Cruz, first run of 2026 for Secret Chat. The Grays running in third. Joe Ramos and Voltage, fourth at the 3.5. And with Alberto Burgos, CJ Storm is last to the quintet. Being led now by Brodeur, who's taken a short lead from Ship. Ship Hooray tries to counterpunch. The quarter was covered in 22.42. Secret Chat will track them from third, and Secret Chat is picking up in the 3-path. Farther back, CJ Storm, and nearest the inside is Voltage. They head for home, and Secret Chat sweeping outside of them. Secret Chat with a strong bid. Half mile 45.46 with Fernando. Secret Chat has taken a short lead from Ship Hooray toward the inside. Brodeur's drop back in third. They're close to home. It's Secret Chat. Secret Chat edges away with yards to go to beat Ship Hooray by 2. Third close as CJ Storm dived to the finish with a feature.
Gina, what is your pick for the Oaks?
Zany, definitely best pick all around.
I'm going for the number 5 in the middle, less likely to get in trouble.
Nice. Perfect.
My Kentucky Oaks pick is Percy's Bar. Loved that move at Keeneland last time.
I like number 2, Zanny, because of the numbers that she's been running. And I also like the 11, Percy's Bar, that Ben Colebrook trains, that just won the Ashland.
Well, since Bella Ballerina scratched, I got to go with Zany. Absolutely love Zany. Todd Pletcher, Ira Ortiz Jr. Can't go wrong. And of course, I'm Zany.
How about the 2-horse, Todd Pletcher? And who's the other one? 1-2-11. That's Junior's picks.
I like Explora as Buffer's coming back strong this year.
Wait.
Okay, Michelle, who do you like in the Oaks? Ten minutes to race 6 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have an Indiana bred maiden claiming for 15. There's a couple scratches in here, the 5 and the 7. The even money favorite, the 8, is my top selection. I tried, it burned me the last couple to go against the heavy favorite. I've thought I found some pretty good choices to go against, 4 to 5s or even monies, but it hasn't worked out. It's been pretty chalky here to start. But Swift B is who I'm going to go with on top. Alberto Burgess. I feel like his nickname should be Smiley or something. He's always smiling, super positive guy. This one's trained by Tom Medina, 4-year-old filly by B Jersey, making her 8th lifetime start. So she's had a 2nd and 2/3. You kind of go through these, and there's some excuses in here, and then there aren't some. But this is an Indiana bred and has been in straight maiden special weight, and I'm sure they're at the end of the meet last year. August 28th, missed by a length of her 2nd, and then on September 11th was 3rd. So I'm sure and it's like, doesn't really matter for her. Kind of runs the same race. Now, she did hate the grass, but if she's sprinting or routing, it's kind of the same situation. She lays back. She either makes a move or she doesn't. But I feel like if she's too close to the pace, she kind of gives up at the end and loses interest. And I'm going to go to the 4, Higher Wish. Not a lot of speed in here. I get the 8 is definitely the one you want to bet. But 4 Higher Wish, I think, hasn't shown us what this horse can do. Okay, Mitchell Merle is in the irons here for Aaron West. Aaron also sneaky with these kind of horses. He's been, I said earlier, he's been outsmarting me, but he's 25%. It's a small number, okay, but last year it was high too when we had more to base it off of. So don't let it fool you, the numbers from just this start of the meet or this start of the year. Aaron's good when he drops them like this. He means it. And plus this horse is adding Lasix. I don't know why it's 7-1, but the Bone Doctors have bred and owned this one. Very excited to see what she is going to do. And then the rail is who I'm going to round it out with now at 12-1, and that is Brooklyn Benny. Brooklyn Benny just really moving nicely. I noticed already before I even started when I was watching that this horse has really, really nice conformation. She's really, I want to say, kind of proportional. Is that the word? I love the way she looks physically. She's dappled out. She's moving nicely. You can tell she feels good by the way she's picking up her feet. Jose Gutierrez was our leading apprentice jockey last year, and he has had a wonderful time since moving his tack to Indiana. This 3-year-old filly is making her 3rd lifetime start, and this is just another one, the same situation as the 4, dropping down in class and a maiden claiming for the first time, I think is really going to wake her up. It just also, obviously, Gennaro being part of this with Normando Jimenez co-owning is also something. And she has that start under her belt from the 15th. 841 for me here in the 6th race. Be sure to get your bets in. But yeah, I got to go to 3-5. But let's hope that my 4 and my 1 stay up there in the betting here today. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 6th race. The maiden fillies mare Sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7. Scratch 5, Selena's Wish, and 7, Love It or Leave It. Scratch the 5 and the number 7. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Maiden features the 10-cent Grand High 5. First Pentafecta offered on the card. The start of another rolling double and 50-cent pick 3. 4 minutes to post time. 4 minutes now. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. With Jose Gutierrez, Brooklyn Benny first up and in. Mitch Merle, Higher Wish, like Eski's Echo, both here for Aaron West. Now Eski's Echo. Fernando de la Cruz riding for a double. Hannah Leahy with Flutter by Zoe has taken her spot. Alberto Burgos, Swift B. Joe Ramos, Shirley and Angel has joined. Swift B at 5.5 furlongs, so stand by. One more, Pedro Pena. And this first time starter, Best Hat. Swift B right now, the 1-2 favorite. 37-1 on Best Hat. They're in the game. And they're off. Swift B, Swift away. Nearest the inside, here comes Brooklyn Benny, and Flutter by Zoe is right with her. For Jose Gutierrez, Brooklyn Benny has come away the leader, making this dash past the half-mile pole from Flutter by Zoe, second and close up for Hannah Leahy. Then nearest the inside is Higher Wish, who's vying for third. Swift B, after breaking like a rocket, fourth in the red cap on the outside. They have just over 3 furlongs to go. Then comes Shirley and Angel, making her first voyage with the other newcomer, Best Hat, as they round the far turn. Eski's Echo trails. 23.29 for the lead part. They make their way toward the quarter pole. And here comes Swift B up to engage Flutter by Zoe. And toward the inside, Brooklyn Benny trying to stay on. As these maiden fillies of mare turn for home, it's Swift B with a sweep for Alberto Burgos to the front from Flutter by Zoe between horses. Brooklyn Benny holds the rail, 1 furlong to go. These three across the track. Higher Wish is in fourth, Best Hat fifth, then Shirley and Angel next. They come past the 16th. Flutter by Zoe is game. Flutter by Zoe inside of Swift B, and these two in a battling finish to Swift B. With Alberto Burgos, Swift B prevails over Flutter by Zoe. Brooklyn Benny was third, Higher Wish fourth, well clear. Best Hat finished back in fifth. One minute 6.05 seconds after the maiden. 106.05 unofficial. Top 5, 8-2-1-4-9 for the Pentafecta featured. First the 8, Swift B. 3-5 favorite takes out the maiden. Over 2, Flutter by Zoe. 17-1 second. Good effort. The 1, Brooklyn Benny at 5-1 was third. 4, Higher Wish. 9-2 fourth, and Best Hat fifth for the Grand High Five. So Swift B. B Jersey filly, Alberto Burgos, Tomas Medina. Swift B, a bridesmaid no more. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 8, Swift B with Alberto Burgos. Swift B is a 4-year-old Chestnut filly by B Jersey. And a Swift Closer by Closing Argument. Tomas Medina trains for Blanca Salazar. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Swift B gets off the mark in her 8th career start. The result of race 6, now official. 8 to Exacta, paid $28.40. The 50-cent trifecta, 8, 2, and 1, returned $23.75. 5-8 double, $29.60. Higher Wish 4th. The 10-cent superfecta returned $14.44. Swift B capped off a pick 3, returned $28.85. Best Hat 5th, the 10-cent Pentafecta, returned $77.80. 8-2-1-4-9. In the maiden, the 5 and 7 were both non-starters. Favorite was first. 7 ran, 106.05 fast track. Race 7 is next on the Friday docket. Scratch 1, Spike Night. 4, Ta Ta Today Jr. And 6, It's My Song. Scratch the 1-4 in the number 6. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Maiden Sprint features the 10-cent Grand High Five. Another Pentafecta offered on the card. This starts the $5 Last Call. Late Thoroughbred Daily Double. Final pick 3 of the day. Post time 2:13. And they're off. Swift B, Swift away. Nearest the inside, here comes Brooklyn Benny, and Flutter by Zoe is right with her for Jose Gutierrez. Brooklyn Benny has come away the leader, making this dash past the half-mile pole from Flutter by Zoe, second and close up for Hannah Leahy. Then nearest the inside is Higher Wish, who's vying for third. Swift B, after breaking like a rocket, fourth in the red cap on the outside. They have just over 3 furlongs to go. Then comes Shirley and Angel, making her first voyage with the other newcomer, Best Hat, as they round the far turn. Eski's Echo Trails. 23.29 for the lead part. They make their way toward the quarter pole. And here comes Swift B up to engage Flutter by Zoe. And toward the inside, Brooklyn Benny trying to stay on. As these maiden fillies of mare turn for home, it's Swift B with a sweep for Alberto Burgos to the front from Flutter by Zoe between horses. Brooklyn Benny holds the rail, 1 furlong to go. These 3 across the track. Higher Wish is in 4th, Best Hat 5th, then Shirley and Angel next. They come past the 16th. Flutter by Zoe is game. Flutter by Zoe inside of Swift B. And these two in a battling finish to Swift B. With Alberto Burgos, Swift B prevails over Flutter by Zoe. Brooklyn Benny was 3rd, Higher Wish 4th. Kentucky Derby 152. Have to go for this year's TwinSpires.com Louisiana Derby winner, Emerging Market. Young horse, fresh horse. He's going to get the job done in Derby 152. Book it.
That would be Commandment, battle tested.
Further ado,
Why?
I think he's set up perfect in the post, and he's got speed, so I'm picking him.
Bill Mudd, blinkers on in that horse.
I like Brad Cox's two horses that are remaining in the Derby, Further Ado and Commandment.
I like Emerging Market because that's Rachel's long pick.
Yeah, Jeff.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. And now you can race to victory with TwinSpires tournaments.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
may not have been pretty, but it was effective. Swift B comes home to score just over 3-2, returns $3.20. We move along. Final pick 3 opportunity of the day with only 9 carded today. We're moving right along, as is Kentucky Oaks Day over at Churchill as well. But another opportunity to build some bankroll right here in Shelbyville. 3-year-old state-bred maiden special weight, all looking for their first career victory. Scratch 1, 4, and 6 out of this event. And while I tried, and I usually avoid putting any 1-5s or 2-5 shots on top, I couldn't get around Socorro's Prayer. This is a horse who I've been waiting to come back on. Raced here on our second day of the season. Broke sharp, dueled early, kind of stepped clear, and didn't fold. This horse galloped out well. Now, it does look somewhat similar to the other races, unfortunately. Broke well, fought on, ultimately gave way. However, this time, they didn't necessarily fold up shop or drop anchor by any means. And when a horse goes 2 lengths clear and ends up getting beat, usually that means they're shortening up, tiring significantly. I'm not sure. I couldn't really get a feel if this 3-year-old gelding was just kind of looking around or waiting on competition. That may have been the case, because ultimately, well after the wire, they did gallop out well. They rallied again, so that's a concern, because now we're drawn to the inside. Even if we wanted to try having horses with a target, it would be a difficult race to do so, because we're going to break from the rail. So I think Socorro's Prayer, at least for this race, has to do what he's done previously, and that is break alertly, go to the lead, and hopefully Burgos can keep his mind on business and not waiting on anyone else. He was the beaten favorite at 7-5, and today he's going to be likely less than that. He's 7-5 on the morning line, currently 4-5, and DRF projections as low as 2-5 for Socorro's Prayer. We'll see if he can get that elusive first victory, but if you've got a winning ticket on him, hold on tight. That final 100 yards may be an adventure with Socorro's Prayer. The 8 is likely his main foe in here, El Payasito. Gennaro Garcia, Mrs. Meek's already a winner on the day. She looks for her riding double. Blinkers going on, get that 7-pound weight break as well. The blinkers going on, though, isn't always a great sign for Gennaro Garcia. They haven't always had the most success when they put the blinkers on. Last race, the race ultimately fell apart, but when they make the equipment change, the first time blinkers hasn't just been a huge success maker. 10% over the last 5 years, but recently 0 for 11 this season or this year so far. So maybe they had a lot more success with it early on than they have recently. Could be some outliers in there for sure. I thought ultimately on that April 8th day against Socorro's Prayer, this horse did have a good debut. Broke sharp without really being asked, and then ultimately took back on the inside and did stay on evenly. Now, you're starting to string in a lot of races in a short amount of time. Debuted April 8th, came back to the racetrack 2 weeks on April 22nd, now coming back on 9 days as well. So how you want to make out that, that's for you to decide. But showing good energy down here in the walking ring. This chestnut's a good-looking type. On the toes, on the muscle, should be plenty fit, and certainly has some upside. Big overlay price, 9-1, your clear main competitor. But one of the first-time starters may have something to say about that. It's the other Gennaro Garcia in here. This is where Santo Sanger lands, and this jockey-trainer combination hasn't always teamed up for a ton of races together. In fact, they have somewhat limited starts together. This one debuts with Lasix out of Bahati, or by Bahati, out of She's So Lit, who is a competitive edge mare, and on the racetrack, she was winless. She had 3 starts here locally. She was a Kentucky bred who only started in Indiana back in 2020, and this is her first full. So shake 'em up could be any sort in here for Bruce Murphy. He does not need a map to our winner's circle. He's been there many times, and he's hoping to be walking that way about 6 minutes from now. As the rider's getting the leg up, we'll see if a first-time starter can knock off the big favorite or if the reign of favorites continue here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Socorro's Prayer, race to win or lose, but that's why they settle it on the track versus in the form.
Horses called postward now for the 7th race. It's the 7 of 9 carded on the day. Maiden 3-year-old sprint here over the 6 furlongs, a field of 9. Scratch 1, Spite Night. The 4, Ta Ta Today Jr. And take out number 6. It's My Song. Scratch the 1, 4, and the number 6. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The 10-cent Pentafecta featured. This starts the $5 last call. Late Thoroughbred Daily Double. Final 50 cent. Pick 3 of the day here. Fast track. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Alberto Burgos with Socorro's Prayer facing up to the gate. El Payasito, Micah Meeks with a win on the card. Joins Socorro's Prayer. Joseph Romero with Major Express being led up. Pedro Pena with Rockstar Justice. Joe Ramos with Sly Guy. Hannah Leahy, Turbo Duck. Major Express, fractious within the starting gate, Major Express.
Hey, you gotta get up from there. You gotta, hey, bájate. You gotta get up.
So there were 3 horses standing by to load when Major Express was fractious within the starting gate, and he's been backed out of line, Major Express, under a veterinarian review. Joseph Romero looking on. Major Express okay to reload and run. Here in the maiden. Jose Gutierrez, Fool's Jester. Like Socorro's Prayer, both with John Herron. Just a couple of them back. Santos Sanjor with Shake 'em Up. Odds-wise, Socorro's Prayer is the 4-5 favorite. There's 5-1 on El Payasito. 9-1 Fool's Jester. Five to 2 second choice, Shake 'em Up. Reluctant to load. Shake 'em Up delays the start. Socorro's Prayer holding 4-5 favoritism. Shake 'em Up now out to 3-1. Starter Oscar Quiros and his crew still working with his first-time starter, Shake 'em Up. In the meantime, Sicaro's Prayer now the 3-5 favorite on Sicaro's Prayer. He's been standing in there for quite some time, is the odds-on favorite.
Joey, push.
Santos Sanjor lending a hand at this point. And now Sicaro's Prayer getting fractious in the starting gate. The 3-5 favorite getting unsettled. Down the rider off Major Express again. A lot of action here pre-start. Here's a late scratch on 9 Major Express. By order of the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian. Number 9 Major Express won't debut. Out to the maiden number 9 Major Express. All wagers here on number 9 Major Express refunds. 8 and 9 will be a consolation double. 8 and 9. Those using 9 Major Express in a multi-race wager. You'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in those multi-race wagers. Scratch number 9 Major Express. The maiden still on hold. Ready to reload after that late scratch on number 9 Major Express. This time they've loaded Shake 'em Up first. Santos Sanjor climbing back on board Shake 'em Up. Sakaro's Prayer reinstalled. 3-5 on Sakaro's Prayer. Has joined Shake 'em Up. El Payasito. Micah Meeks has a win on the card. Reloading for the maiden. First-time starter Rockstar Justice Pedro Pena claims the 10-pound apprentice allowance. Joe Ramos with Sly Guy retaking his spot. Now 2 back. Jose Gutierrez with Fool's Jester coming up. Sakaro's Prayer holding 3-5 favoritism. One more Josh Morales with Boss Justice. 9 Major Express, a late scratch. The 9 is a non-runner. All in. And they're off. Fast starts for El Payasito, Fool's Jester, and toward the inside is Sakaro's Prayer, who's going for it right now for Alberto Burgos. Sakaro's Prayer leads the maiden 3-year-old sprint after 1 furlong. From the pursuers, Fool's Jester, who's just outside of El Payasito. These 3 are well grouped going past the half-mile pole. Boss Justice is wide in the orange cap. Sly Guy joins to be a joint 4th now at the 3.5. And then comes the newcomer Rockstar Justice back in 6th, from Turbo Duck in 7th, and the newcomer Shake 'em Up has dropped back to last. The quarter 22.72. They round the far turn. And El Payasito between horses. Fool's Jester, Sakaro's Prayer, 3-5 being hard ridden. Boss Justice 4th, Sly Guy straightens away in 5th past the quarter pole. Fool's Jester spins them in for Jose Gutierrez. Then farther back to Sly Guy in the black cap with Rockstar Justice, Turbo Duck, and finally last is Shake 'em Up. Half 9 ticks over 46, and Fool's Jester has slipped away to an 8-length lead close to home. From Sakaro's Prayer to John Harron, 1-2. Sly Guy back in 3rd. And then El Payasito, Boss Justice, finished 5th. Fool's Jester has won it. One 11.22 after the maiden. 1 minute 11.22 seconds. 11.25812 runs 5th. 11 Fool's Jester ran out of the frame at 6-1. Beats 3-5 favorite 2 Sakaro's Prayer, John Harron, 1-2. 30-1 on 5 Sly Guy 3rd. 8 El Payasito, 5-1 4th. Boss Justice for the Pentafecta. Turbo Duck was 6th. There's a newcomer, Rockstar Justice, 7th, and we trail back to Shake 'em Up. It's 11.25812. Jose Gutierrez for John Harron, 1-2. Son of Sahara Sky. 3rd time was the charm for Fool's Jester. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle number 11, Fool's Jester. with Jose Gutierrez. Result official. Fool's Jester is a 3-year-old big gelding by Sahara Sky out of the Dr. Large mare Texton Ride. For Heron Thoroughbreds LLC of trainer John Heron. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Fool's Jester out to the maiden ranks. A 6-1 winner. 11-2 exacta. It's a John Heron 1-2. $33.80, 50-cent trifecta, 11.25, paid an even $72. Boss Justice rounds out the 10-cent pentafecta, 11.2, 5.812, returned $363.98. 8-11 double, 45.60. Consolation 8-9 double, $3.40. Major Express was a late scratch. El Payasito fourth, 10-cent superfecta, $56.46. 50-cent pick 3 capped off by Fool's Jester. 50-cent pick 3 returned $77.65. In the maiden, the 1, 4, 6, and 9 were the non-runners. Favorite second, 8, face starter Oscar Quiros, 111.22. Couple more to go. Race 8 over the mile. No changes in the 9th. Capping off the card here with a quarter horse maiden dash over the 300 yards. In the finale, scratch the also eligibles. 11 Flying Ivory and 12 Ivory Jane. 9th race, scratch the AEs 11 and the 12 from the race card. Fast track, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The mile features another 10-cent grand high 5 pentafecta wager and starts our final double of the day. Post time will now be in 19 minutes. Revised post time will be at 2:51. All in. And they're off. Fast starts for El Payasito, Fool's Jester, and toward the inside is Sicaro's Prayer, who's going for it right now for Alberto Burgos. Sicaro's Prayer leads the maiden 3-year-old sprint after 1 furlong. From the pursuers, Fool's Jester, who's just outside of El Payasito. These 3 are well grouped going past the half-mile pole. Boss Justice is wide in the orange cap. Sly Guy joins to be a joint 4th now at the 3.5. And then comes the newcomer Rockstar Justice back in 6th, from Turbo Duck in 7th, and the newcomer Shake 'em Up has dropped back to last. The quarter 22.72. They round the far turn. And El Payasito between horses. Fool's Jester, Sicaro's Prayer, 3 to 5 being hard ridden. Boss Justice 4th, Sly Guy straightens away in 5th past the quarter pole. Fool's Jester spins them in for Jose Gutierrez. Then farther back to Sly Guy in the black cap with Rockstar Justice, Turbo Duck, and finally last is Shake 'em Up. Half 9 ticks over 46, and Fool's Jester has slipped away to an 8-length lead close to home. From Sicaro's Prayer to John Heron 1-2. Sly Guy back in 3rd. And then El Payasito, Boss Justice finished 5th. Fools all in. Ladies and gentlemen, for information in this upcoming 8th race in the mile, program correction number 7, Estrella Brillante. She will be racing with blinkers off here in the mile. Blinkers off, number 7, Estrella Brillante. Blinkers off.
Fool's Jester lived up to the name, playing games in that one with that field 6-1, an easy winner. Hadn't shown that talent on display through the first 2 starts of the career, but somebody knew something, because on paper that horse looked a little bit higher than 6-1. But Socorro's Prayer does what he does, and if you were smarter than I, you played that horse in second, because he held on for second, showed speed, didn't show much finish, but it was all about the Jester in race number 7. We're 10 minutes away from race 8 in here on the Kentucky Oaks Day, a beautiful Friday afternoon here in Shelbyville, and hopefully you're enjoying some of the fine cuisine and some of the best staff around the Midwest here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Let's take a look at this field of 8 set to go 1 mile. Strongly encourage you to head down by Big G, not only for the call to the post, but also they start right where they all hope to finish, right near the winner's circle, and it is awesome to hear those hooves thundering down the track, especially when they start. All the riders kind of chirping at them, kissing at them, hoping to get their positioning in here, and we'll see how it shakes out as we are 1 minute, or excuse me, now just 9 minutes away, and I get completely lost thinking about the horses pounding down the stretch and the excitement it is, whether it's your first race or you've seen 1,000 races. It doesn't ever go away once this game bites you. I'm going to try number 7, Estrella Brilliante, Santos Sager, John Heron. First start off of the claim for $15,000. Now, that's not a tiny little claim by any means here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. You don't see him changing hands all that often, but Heron dove into the claim box against Tony Duran, and this is a horse who ran on opening day in a sprint. Didn't perform particularly well, but didn't perform terrible either. This is a better than it looks, in which they were near the lead. They kind of got in tight, and they weren't overall beaten by much. However, I think this horse just wants 2 turns, wants a little bit more ground. Now, a lot of the success has come sprinting, but last year was in decent form going long. And so I think that last race was just kind of a prep, just a starting point for Estrella Brilliante, a 4-year-old filly who excelled last year once they stretched her out. Now, I know she got the maiden-breaking score as a much best winner with Rodney Prescott aboard sprinting, but then they tried the allowance race, and it was a huge jump going from maidens to the allowance ranks to 2 turns for your first time, and she ran second. She beat home 5 others, and she was closing in late, and then after that, the wheels kind of fell off after that race. It was a long season for her. She had 10 starts, but she's fresh now. She's got new barn. John Heron looking to have a live claim in here as they claim this one for themselves as well. I think there's plenty of upside, especially on a horse who's chilly on the board right now, 10-1 on the board. The 5 is Midnight Capper this year, morning line, 5 to 2 choice for Bob Gorham, a horse who hasn't been seen since November 13th of last year. Luis Contreras is going to be in the saddle, 1 for 11 for this 4-year-old filly, and it's asking an awful lot for a horse to come in off of a layoff, a long layoff, a 6-month layoff, and win at first asking without any prep races. But the numbers have been good. They've been trending in the right direction here. This horse got better consistently, nearly with each and every start last year. She did try 2 turns. She handled the distance very well on August 5th. That was her first try. Then they tried the turf. They went back to the dirt yet again. They were the favorite, in which the top 2 were miles clear. Get Even Kid and Midnight Capper were much clear of the rest of that field. It was a strung out field. In fact, they were 13 lengths clear of the rest. Unfortunately, she had to settle for second. They tried stakes competition. She ran a very good third to end out the season November 13th. She's consistent, and she was very, very good around 2 turns. She had an edge over many of the other 3-year-olds last year. Will that edge continue, and will it be ready to rock and roll and showcase itself at first asking? That's the only thing that's a concern. Bob Gorham can absolutely get a horse ready to roll. He wins at 20% off a layoff similar to this one, so the numbers suggest yes. However, have the others caught up? She was nearly dominant, but she didn't win a ton around 2 turns at 3. But now she's 4. We'll see how she comes back, but there's a lot of upside for Midnight Capper as well at 2-1. The 6 is Timeless Justice, Chaz Recchi and Evan Roman. 1 win, 3 third-place finishes coming off that maiden-breaking score last time out. It took 10 tries, but they don't ask how, right? So they finally got that first win for Timeless Justice here just a week ago, in which they broke well. They kind of fell into the lead when your long shot leader just tired midway through the turn, and Timeless Justice, without even being asked, took over the lead and ultimately ended up being a wrapped-up winner. The thing I was looking forward to is, even though they tried this one, made in special weight one time this season, and then made in claiming gotten the win, ultimately they thought this horse might be a route animal last year. I went back and looked, and at 2 years old, as soon as they were able to get some of those route races, they were trying a route of ground at 2. She's now 3. She does have to take on older. She has to take on winners for the first time. But they thought she was going to run, be a distance runner last year, and she didn't run poorly when she tried 2 turns. In fact, she had 2/3 and a 4th place finish, all at the maiden special weight level. Now, she's got some things up against her, which is going to assure a decent price. It's her 3rd start of the meet. She's in against winners for the first time, but hey, nobody tells the horse. I mean, Timeless Justice, this 3-year-old filly, she's down here prancing. She's feeling pretty darn good. She just kicked butt just a couple of weeks ago at 3-2, and now she's taking on winners. She thinks she can beat the world. Sometimes it's the light bulb angle. May have taken her 10 tries to get that elusive first victory, but once it goes off, something changes, and Timeless Justice could be a big threat in here at 7-1. But the favorite is Turbo Lady for Randy Klopp and Fernando de la Cruz. On your screen now, that Bay filly by Turbo Compressor, trying 2 turns for the first time. Randy Klopp does a lot of things well, but he wins at 5% first-time route. Currently 9-5 on the board. We'll see if the money's the smart money or if somebody else is collecting a lot more than they should have. 4 minutes away from the late Daily Double.
G-Note bringing the horses onto the track for the 8th race. This race will be run over the mile. A field of 7. Once again, note program correction for the 7 Estrella Brillante. Blinkers off. Blinkers off, the 7 Estrella Brillante. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The 10-cent Pentafecta featured here on the mile. Starts our final double. 9th race over to that quarter horse maiden dash. 300-yard finale. Fast tailwind. 9th race quarter horse maiden. Scratch the also eligibles, the 11 and 12. 3 minutes here. 3 minutes. 2 post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the mile. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the mile, Hannah Leahy with Gonna Getcha Getcha. Fernando de la Cruz, Turbo Lady loaded. Samer Bermudez with Jay's Naughty Kitten, taking her position in the starting gate. Luis Contreras, Midnight Caper, drew post 5. The Justice is next. Joe Ramos with Red Hot Justice, Evan Roman, Timeless Justice coming up. One more. Santos Sanjor with Estrella Brillante. Turbo Lady, 3-2 favorite. Now 7-5 on Turbo Lady over the mile. Blinkers off Estrella Brillante. They're in the gate. They're off. Turbo Lady out to a sharp start. Timeless Justice with speed to the first turn, and nearest the inside, Gonna Getcha. Jay's Naughty Kitten is also close up as they enter the first turn, with Hannah Leahy, Gonna Getcha, engaged early by Turbo Lady on the outside for Fernando de la Cruz, and these two, with just over 6 furlongs to run, going neck and neck. Timeless Justice tracks them from third. Jay's Naughty Kitten is situated toward the rail, running in fourth, while in front here of Estrella Brillante, the trailers are Midnight Caper running second to last, and Red Hot Justice trails. The first two of 8 furlongs in 24.12 seconds. They have just over a half mile to run. And the leader is Gonna Getcha in front of Turbo Lady by a length and a half. Timeless Justice, the black cap third close up. Estrella Brillante running fourth here in the mile. Then comes Jay's Naughty Kitten, Midnight Caper, and in the pink cap, Red Hot Justice starting to commence a bid. Half mile, 48.94 seconds. They round the far turn. Turbo Lady, and to the inside. Gonna Getcha tries to rally on with blinkers off. Estrella Brillante getting her cue to pick up now. Turbo Lady on the edge of the quarter pole. Midnight Caper making steady headway outside of Timeless Justice. Red Hot Justice wide. The window tailed off was Jay's Naughty Kitten. They straighten away. It's Turbo Lady. 3/4, 1 minute 14.57 seconds. Fernando calling on Turbo Lady, looking at one more furlong as Timeless Justice mounts a charge up the rail. On the outside, Midnight Caper and Estrella Brillante, they battle. In the meantime, it's still Turbo Lady. Turbo Lady looking for the line. Here comes Midnight Caper, Turbo Lady, and Midnight Caper dived out at the finish. Photo between Midnight Caper and Turbo Lady close. Timeless Justice third. Estrella Brillante finished fourth, and she was well clear. .140.25 after the mile. This is a win photograph. Photo finish. Hold all tickets up to the judges. Here's the verdict. 5, 4, 6, 7, 2, 5. Midnight Caper up in time. Number 4, Turbo Lady, denied. 6, Timeless Justice was third. 7, Estrella Briante, fourth. 2, Jay's Naughty Kitten, fifth, well beaten. 5, 4, 6, 7, 2, Luis Contreras for Bob Gorham. Midnight Caper pipped Turbo Lady right at the finish. Result official. Returning to the winner's circle, number 5, Midnight Caper with Luis Contreras. Midnight Caper is a 4-year-old dark bay brown filly by Forever Doro. And a Midnight Romance by Midnight Lute. Bob Gorham trains for Marion Gorham's Marion F. Gorham Revocable Trust. First up in 2026, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Midnight Caper up in time. Results after the mile. 5-4 Exacta. Took a win photo. Returned $26.60. 50-cent trifecta, 5-4-6, 24.50. Estrella Briante was fourth, well clear. The 10-cent superfecta, 5-4-6-7, paid $17.75. 50-cent pick 3, $42.35. The $5 last call, late thoroughbred double, 11.5, paid $176.50. 50-cent late fire 5, $940.45. 10-cent pentafecta, Jay's Naughty Kitten was fifth. That paid $82.40. The $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba, 4 out of 4, returned $467.60. In the mile, favorite second, all 7 ran, 140.25 seconds. 21 minutes away from the last of the day. Quarter horse maiden over the 300 yards. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 Flying Ivory and 12 Ivory Jane. Scratch the AEs, the 11 and number 12. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta featured. Post time will be at 3:23. The Rolf. Turbo Lady out to a sharp start. Timeless Justice with speed to the first turn, and nearest the inside, Gonna Getcha Getcha. Jay's Naughty Kitten is also close up as they enter the first turn with Hannah Leahy. Gonna Getcha Getcha, engaged early by Turbo Lady on the outside for Fernando Letta Cruz, and these two with just over 6 furlongs to run going neck and neck. Timeless Justice tracks them from third. Jay's Naughty Kitten is situated toward the rail running in fourth. While in front here of Estrella Briante, the trailers are Midnight Caper running second to last, and Red Hot Justice trails. The first 2 of 8 furlongs in 24.12 seconds. They have just over a half mile to run. And the leader is Gonna Getcha. In front of Turbo Lady by a length and a half. Timeless Justice, the black cap third close up. Estrella Briante running fourth here in the mile. Then comes Jay's Naughty Kitten, Midnight Caper, and in the pink cap, Red Hot Justice starting to commence a bid. Half mile, 48.94 seconds. They round the far turn. Turbo Lady and to the inside. Gonna Getcha tries to rally on with blinkers off. Estrella Briante getting her cue to pick up now. Turbo Lady on the edge of the quarter pole. Midnight Caper making steady headway outside of Timeless Justice. Red Hot Justice wide. The one who tailed off was Jay's Naughty Kitten. They straighten away. It's Turbo Lady. 3/4, 1 minute 14.57 seconds. Fernando calling on Turbo Lady, looking at one more furlong as Timeless Justice mounts a charge up the rail. On the outside, Midnight Caper and Estrella Briante, they battle. In the meantime, it's still Turbo Lady. Turbo Lady looking for the line. Here comes Midnight Caper, Turbo Lady, and Midnight Caper dived out of the finish. Photo between Midnight Caper and Turbo Lady.
Gina, what is your pick for the Oaks?
Zany, definitely best pick, all around.
I'm going for the number 5 in the middle, less likely to get in trouble.
Nice, perfect.
My Kentucky Oaks pick is Percy's Bar. Loved that move at Keeneland last time.
I like number 2, Zanny, because of the numbers that she's been running. And I also like the 11, Percy's Bar, that Ben Colebrook trains, that just won the Ashland.
Well, since Bella Ballerina scratched, I got to go with Zany. Absolutely love Zany. Todd Pletcher, Ira Ortiz Jr. Can't go wrong. And of course, I'm Zany.
I like the 2-horse, Todd Pletcher. And who's the other one?
1 to 11.
1 to 11. That's Junior's picks.
I like Explora as Buffer's coming back strong this year.
Wait.
Okay, Michelle, who do you like in the Oaks?
Well, hope everybody is having an amazing Oaks Day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I hope you've enjoyed our thoroughbred races and, of course, all the action and the pageantry from Churchill Downs. But now we got a quarter horse race that we want to share with you. It's our finale today, an $18,000 maiden for 3, 4, and 5-year-old quarter horses. Okay, I love our thoroughbred fans. They like to watch the horses go around the track and run about a minute. Well, get used to we love the thoroughbreds too, but get used to these quarter horses. They're powerful, explosive athletes. And this race that you're gonna see, 300 yards, is gonna take about 16 seconds. But I'll tell you what, every second is just chock full of excitement. Quarter horses, the biggest thing with them, unlike the thoroughbreds, they've got to break out of the gate cleanly, and they have to make that straight path to the wire. That's pretty much the success of quarter horses when they're competing. And we have full fields. Even with the scratch of our 2 also eligibles, you're going to see a very competitive race. All right, let's go to the paddock and take a look. You're going to see a little bit different conformation from these horses. They're very muscular. in the chest and especially the hindquarters, and that's because they have to push off and explode from the gate. So you'll see what I'm talking about in just a minute. All right, I'm going to begin with number 2, and that's Miss KTB 23. This is a horse trained by Claudio Barazza. I'm a big fan of his. He's great with his younger horses, and also his conditioned horse of the meet, Mr. Michael, sensational Indiana bred for several years here at Horseshoe Indy. This is a filly bred and owned by Keith Bodie, and it's a filly by Freight Train B. She's been off for several months, but she should make a good effort coming off the layoff under veteran rider Edgar Diaz. All right, we're going to go next to number 8, and that's EOS running Roxy, one of two horses in the field, that has already had a race here at Horseshoe Indy. It was on opening day, which was April 7th. A lot of these horses you're going to see are coming off the layoff, but Roxy had a start, and so look for a good effort for this gelding by EOS, a political win, owned and trained by Tony Cunningham. He'll give a leg up to Danny Martinez, and Tony's already 60% in the money with his horse, so I think you're going to see a good effort from this one. We'll go next to number 6. He's Political. This is another horse that he ran 6th in that opening day quarter horse race for trainer Tim Eggleston. This is a combination of 3 people that I have so much respect for. Owner, breeder Patty Marshall, Tim Eggleston, who was our leading quarter horse trainer last year, and Rolando Pina. They combined with a sensational 2-year-old in 2023 named Red-Headed Beach, the only horse in the history of Indiana quarter horse racing to win 3 futurities in one season. She's going to be a mama. She is a mama. She already had several horses that we'll see in training next year. It will be so much fun to watch. All right, I'm going to round out my top 4 with number 3, the Louisiana Ruby, who begins his 3-year-old campaign in the barn of Jessie Vasquez. She's also off to a very good start so far in the meet. This is a son of a stallion by the name of the Louisiana Cartel. Posted a really nice work here and is being ridden by a young rider, Carlos Ruiz Cortez, who actually won his first career race here a couple weeks ago. You can be sure he's pumped up and going for number 2 pretty soon. All right, so that's my top 3. Top 4 would be 2, 8, 6, 3. But let's take a look at one more long shot if you're interested in playing our 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. It is a great wager, and it has paid so well since our meet began. I mean, a couple wagers that paid in the thousands of dollars, and you're just paying for a dime and including some horses. But you got to include a long shot. So my long shot suggestion for today is number 1, DNA Zoomers Cyber. That's 20-1 in the morning line. Natasha Perez, who used to be a rider, is now a very accomplished trainer, and she'll give a leg up to Diego Bocanegra. And this horse, I think, has some potential and will definitely help you pump up that exotic. So that's it for today. Enjoy the rest of today's card and simulcasting. We'll see you back in the paddock tomorrow on Derby Day for one more quarter horse race.
For a final time today, Horseshoe Indianapolis bugler Gary Lazier bringing the horses onto the track for the ninth and final. Capping off the card with a quarter horse maiden dash over the 300 yards. Fast track. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 Flying Ivory and 12 Ivory Jane. Scratch the AEs, numbers 11 and 12. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. This one features the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta and close to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Diego Bocanegra with DNA's Zoomer Cyber. First to move in here for the maiden. Secret Smoke has joined DNA's Zoomer Cyber. Edgar Diaz with Miss KTB 23. He's political loaded. The Louisiana Ruby. Now Lil Cool Kate. Jennifer's in. Danny Martinez with EOS running Roxy. 2 back. Waiting for one sweet cigar, and AP I'm That Dove will be last. Hope you can join us here tomorrow for the Derby celebration. 9 live races. Watch and wager on the 152nd running of the Kentucky Derby. Saturday, gates open. 9:30 a.m. first post, 10:45 a.m. Eastern. So here's AP I'm That Dove. 300 yards, fast track. They're in the gate. Off in the Friday finale. And here comes Louisiana Ruby right to the forefront, along with DNA Zoomer Cyber and Miss KTB 23. Some crowding toward the inside parts of the track. Secret Smoke's coming with a bid, but with Diego Bocanegra, it's DNA's Zoomer's Cyber out to the maiden ranks. Close for second between Secret Smoke, who was joined by AP I'm That Dove, with the Louisiana Ruby and Miss KTB 23. We'll stand by for the run order from the judges. Clear-cut win for DNA's Zoomer's Cyber. There will be an inquiry into the running of the maiden. Stand by for the full result. The one DNA Zoomer's Cyber was first. The judges will examine photos before posting the second, third, fourth, fifth for the quarter horse Pentafecta. Inquiry into the maiden. Hold all bets. Note there was a steward's inquiry into mid-stretch of the quarter horse maiden. No action taken by the stewards. We're still standing by for the rest of the run order. DNA Zoomer Cyber. This was his 8th career start. 11-1 for the maiden win. Diego Bocanegra for Natasha Perez and DNA quarter horses. Stand by for the second, third, fourth, and the fifth for the quarter horse Pentafecta. The judges have posted number 5, Secret Smoke second, 10 AP I'm That Dove third. After photos, 2, Miss KTB 23 was fourth, and 3, the Louisiana Ruby fifth. 15.763, fast track with a tailwind, 1-5, 10-2-3. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 1, DNA Zoomer Cyber with Diego Bocanegra. DNA Zoomer Cyber is a 3-year-old brown gelding by Cyber Monday. Out of DNA Dale's Lil Zoomer by Jess Zooman. Natasha Perez trains for DNA Quarter Horses LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of DNA Zoomers Cyber on Made It No More. Result official. The 1-5 exacta paid $438.20. That quarter horse pentafecta will carry over to the Saturday finale. 9th race tomorrow with a quarter horse pentafecta carryover of $2,998. 50-cent trifecta, 1-5-10, $1,765.25. 5-1 double paid $208.60. The final pick 3 of the day, capped off by DNA Zoomers Cyber, paid $313.70. Miss KTB 23 was 4th. 10-cent superfecta, 1-5-10-2 paid $1,598.34. 15.763 seconds. Fast track with a tailwind. That concludes our live racing program for today here at 3:32. Fans here, you can always stick around at the First Floor Road TV. Racing continues from Churchill Downs. Later today, the Longines Kentucky Oaks onto the Twin Spires. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. Live racing returns here tomorrow. Hope you can join us for the Derby celebration. Gate open 9:30 a.m. The first of 9 races will be off at 10:45 a.m. here in town. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today. From the broadcast booth, good luck with your Kentucky Oaks selections. Good luck with your picks there tonight. Until the Derby celebration tomorrow, track announcer John G. Dooley for now saying good night. Off in the Friday finale. And here comes Louisiana Ruby right to the forefront, along with DNA Zoomers Cyber and Miss KTB 23. Some crowding toward the inside parts of the track. Secret Smoke's coming with a bid, but with Diego Bocanegra, it's DNA's Zoomers Cyber out to the maiden ranks. Close for second between Secret Smoke.